morning. We're back live from Newport today. We've got mixed pro pickleball, so we have 27 teams in the mixed pro draw, and we're going to be bringing you two courts of coverage all day long here in Newport Beach. We have a championship court stream on our YouTube and Facebook page, and then we also have court 2 of coverage, and our first match on court 2 is a good one. So we're going to see Leah Jansen team up with Rob Nunnery, and they're facing Mr. Colin Johns and his partner Martina Coakley. So they're getting ready to start here, maybe just a minute or two of warm-up, and then we'll get going in the first round. So I was talking to some of the pro players this morning about the draw, and PPA is known for having the best players in the world, and the draw today is really stacked. There's a lot of good teams in the field today. There's no easy matchups, so every match is going to be a tough draw, and the winner of this match will face Catherine Parento and Riley Newman, which is one of the top seeds in the bracket. Lindsay Newman is not at this tournament. That's Riley Newman's typical partner, his sister Lindsay, but he has found another ringer, Catherine Parento, and so that will be definitely possibly one of the favorites in the draw. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how far they make it, Catherine and Riley, but right now we have a good one in the first round. All right, so Rob kind of surprised Martina there with the speed up, went straight away with it. We might see a lot of dinking between Leah and Martina to start the match. Rob tried another speed up there, but that difference with that point, Rob went cross court with the ball, and Colin was way ready for it. So it's second server now, and Leah misses the third. I asked Leah before this match, because she is a Team Engage player, so I asked her about the brand new paddle they've released, the Engage Pursuit. And that ball just missed. And she said that the Engage Pursuit almost has too much power. It's known for having a lot of pop. So she wants a little bit more control. She's playing with a different Engage paddle today. It is 1-0-2, guys. Just getting started in game 1. So I think maybe the strategy for Leah and Rob will be to hit most of the service returns towards Colin and try and make him field the third, try and keep him back. Sometimes you want to hit the service return to the strongest player and try and make them hit the third, keep their momentum back. Don't let them charge or have an opportunity to poach on the fifth. A great shot by Leah Jansen. First point for Leah and Rob, 1-2. And Rob's forehand third shot drives are just a little bit high early in the morning here in Newport Beach. It's about 9 a.m. He's still getting that forehand third drive dialed in. So is Colin. He kind of floated that one. That ball might have been going out, but Rob blocked it anyway for a winner. Two, 1-2. And nice shot from Colin Johns there. It tipped the top of the net, and Leah had no chance to adjust after it hit the tape. 3-1-2. just missed that one. It was out by about 3 or 4 inches. It was pretty close. It's a side out, 1-3. And easy put away for Martina. Nice play. So currently the weather conditions are really ideal. It's about 70 degrees. It's pretty cloudy this morning and there's very little wind. That ball took a nap on top of the net and rolled over for an easy around the post for Leia. It was a perfect setup for her. (3-3-2). Game 1 of a 2 out of 3 format in the first round here. Both teams still in the winner's bracket. Oh, what a shot from Rob Nunnery. Mr. Nunnery currently living in Austin, Texas, working at Dreamland, along with Deckel Barr and Vivian David. Several well-known pickleball pros are living in Austin currently. And his buddy Deckel is actually playing on the court next to us. Deckel and Corinne are facing off against Ryan Sherry. Some nice shots from Colin there. He's generating a ton of topspin and movement with his Electrum paddle. He has the elongated version, and he can really make the ball move. And that's a good spot from Rob Nunnery. Went for Martina's hip, and she couldn't come around and get it. 3-5. And we have a side out 5-3. Ball lands in, 6-3. So more on the Electrum paddle that Colin is playing with. It's known for its crazy amount of movement it gets on the ball. If you ever watch a player like Patrick Smith, especially if you see him in person, the ball has such an insane amount of spin, especially when he hits his backhand slice. Leia tried to attack Colin there, but Colin is known for having some really fast hands. It is 6-3-2. And so that was a short return, and Rob ran up and attacked it and scored a point, so it's 7-3. Nice little lead for Rob and Leia, and we have our first time out of the game as Colin and Martina have taken a timeout. We'll be back in 60 seconds after a word from our sponsors. Thanks for watching.
Grab the tape and then pull.
All right, guys. Great job, everyone. Let's pack up and call it a day. Catherine?
Almost done, boss. Almost done.
All right. See you later.
Morning, Catherine.
Good morning.
Wow, you don't know when to quit, do you?
Nope.
Awesome.
Hey, take it slow, parento. You're making the rest of us look bad.
All right, we're back live at 8-3 in this Game 1 matchup between Leah Jansen and Rob Nunnery. They're facing Colin Johns and Martina Coakley. And we've seen a couple battles between Leah and Martina just dinking it cross court with their forehands. I think the key for Martina and Colin will just be to have Martina try and out dink Leah. And missed her turn at 10-3. We have a game point. And maybe a bit of wind picked up on that one, and Colin missed the high ball, so it's 11-3. We're going to take a in-between game break. We'll be back in just a second. All right, thanks for joining us on our live broadcast from Court 2. We also have another live stream on Championship Court. We're going to get ready for Game 2. Leah Jansen to serve. So Leah and Rob took the first game, and I was telling my broadcasting buddy, sometimes pickleball, the game can just slip away from you. So Colin and Martina, they didn't necessarily play bad. Just a couple errors here and there, and very quickly, Rob and Leah took first game 11-3. And that's a nice speed up for Martina. It was pretty disguised. So I think the key for Colin and Martina to force a game 3 will be to continue to play soft, try and have Martina continue to dink with Leah and just stay in those dinking rallies. And nobody home in the middle there. 1-0-2. And maybe a frustration serve from Colin Johns there as that one sails long. 0-1. Wow. Leah almost got that one. It was really a good dig for Rob to even get it back over. All right, there's that dinking rally that I think Martina and Colin really want to get into. Keep those forehand dinks going back and forth between Leah and Martina. That is going to be the key for them to take this second game. That's a tough transition zone reset, and she just missed it short. 1-0-2. Zero, 1-1. that's a really tough shot Martina just attempted. I think maybe she could have got around the post, but there is a referee standing on this side, and maybe she didn't wait long enough for it to get a wide enough angle. Colin can generate so much power when the ball is elevated. 1-1-2. And Leia's lob was too shallow. I know she wanted that to have more elevation and more depth on that lob, but Colin was ready for it. And we have a side out. 1-1-1. And that ball is just not there for Martina. 1-1-2. There's a ball on the court, so we'll have to wait just a second. 27 teams in today's mixed pro draw. It's a really stacked field at the Takeya Classic. PPA Tour always has the best players in the draw. All right, good hands from Martina. It's going to be a phenomenal day of pickleball. I can't wait to stream all day long. We have 2 courts of coverage on our YouTube channel. Be sure to follow us on Facebook as well, PPA Tour. And that's the strategy Martina and Colin need to stick with. Keep those forehand dinks soft at Leia. Don't let her attack the ball. Try and keep Rob out of the point. A beautiful ball from Colin Johns. 2-1-1. Rob Nunnery so crafty. Some nice shots from Colin Johns. It's 3-1. Colin's doing a good job of inserting himself into that point, coming over, and when the dink is enough in the middle where he can take the dink away from Martina, he's got to continue to insert himself into the point. 2-3. No chance for Colin on that one. It hit the top of the net and had some backspin on it, and it hit the net. So a point for Leia and Rob. It's 3-3. And Martina looks pretty frustrated after that service return miss. Got to shake it off and refocus. That ball was out by a couple feet. Colin got what he wanted, but just overhit the overhead. And we have a timeout from Martina, so we are going to take a hydration break, and we'll be back in about 60 seconds after a word from our sponsors.
I used to drink a lot of sport drinks high in sugar. I used to get nauseous on court, and at one point I was like, there must be something out there that I can use differently or I can do differently. For the first time I tried the Electrolyte Supreme, I was able to last throughout the whole day. I did not feel nauseous or feel heavy, and I really liked the flavor. Then I looked at the ingredients on the list and it said no sugar, so that was very attractive for me. No more sugary sport drinks for me.
All right, we're back in game 2, and Leia and Rob Nunnery have a 6-3 lead after taking the first game. I was telling my buddy about Martina's dinking skills, so she's flashing some pretty strong dinks. I think the key has been her keeping a very low center of gravity and taking the balls out of the air. So if you can, you always want to take those dinks out of the air and give your opponent less reaction time, and Martina Coakley does a good demonstration of that. She wasn't ready for that ball from Leia. So a good little lead in game 2 for Rob and Leia. 7-3 now. So a lot of those drop shots from Rob on that last point were pretty elevated, and Colin John still can't really do much with them, can't put them away. That's one of the beauty things of pickleball is even if you pop the ball up, you can typically still play defense. Four, 7-1. That ball's elevated. Yeah, Martina's got to stay in those dinking rallies with Leia. It's 5-7-1. So we are streaming 2 courts of coverage today on our other stream. I know in the first round it was a really intriguing matchup. Venice Chan, who came over from Hong Kong to play pro pickleball tournaments, was being live streamed. She was playing with a local from California, and they had a really tough matchup. Wow. Colin really read that one like a book. I mean, one of Rob's signature shots is taking those really low dinks and hitting those backhand rolls that he's so good at. But Colin read it that he was going to go middle and really punished him for it. 7-7. So nice run for Colin and Martina. Martina's dink was too wide, and Leia's around the post, especially to her forehand side, is a really strong shot for her. And she had no trouble with that one. Seven, 7-2. What a shot. Yeah, there's that backhand roll from Rob Nunnery. That's his bread and butter. I mean, he practices that shot all the time. He has a lot of style and grace whenever he hits that, and that was a beauty. 8-7-2. That was just barely out, maybe 2 or 3 inches. It was pretty close, guys. 9-7-2, yeah. Colin had the opportunity to put that ball away, so they will get served back at 7-9. All right, 8-9. Rob didn't really get enough roll on it. On that backhand, he kind of hit it flat, and it sailed long on him. I know he probably wants to roll over it just a little bit more and make it dive. We actually have a timeout on the court at 8-9, and we'll be back after a word from our sponsors. Thanks for watching PPA Tour Pickleball.
Disponível no Brasil. Obrigada, iHerb.
Pickleball cocktail ya está disponible aquí en México. Gracias a iHerb.
Le pickleball cocktail est maintenant disponible en France. Merci iHerb.
Pickleball cocktail теперь можно пить в России. Спасибо, iHerb.
Pickleball cocktail. Teraz dostupný už je na Slovensku. Ďakujeme, iHerb.
Pickleball cocktail now available in over 150 countries. Thanks, iHerb.
All right, we're back. This has been a really good game, too. After an 11-3 first game win for Rob and Leia, Colin and Martina have battled in the second game, and they're down 8-9 currently. And I think a little bit of miscommunication there, so we'll have a second server here at 8-9-2. That one lands in as well. I think on service returns that are either in the middle or sort of on Martinez's side, Colin's got to call that ball really early if he's going to take it. 9-8-1. I think she called a receiver fault, so they were in the wrong position, perhaps. I didn't hear what the ref said. We're going to just take a brief timeout after Martina calls one. We'll be back in just a second.
Coping.
Wow. Been playing a ton of Scrabble.
Netflix. Lots of Netflix.
I just sit and stare out the window.
Don't you already do that anyways?
Guys, that's what we're here for, to help support each other. Injuries can happen anytime when you give 100%. But don't worry, you'll all get back on the pickleball court soon.
Whatever. What's your injury?
Oh, I'm not injured. I'm just here for the donuts.
All right, we're back to see if Leia and Rob can close out this second game. They got their 10th point on an incorrect service return from Colin and Martina. They were in the wrong spot on the court, so that one hurt a little bit. And now it's match point at 10-8. Great point. Martina did a really good job of keeping her dinks consistent. And then Leia tried to go to Collins, down Collins' line, and it just didn't work out for her. So we have a second server at 10-8. Another match point for Leia and Rob. We'll see if they can close this one out. Some good hands from Colin Johns on that point, but hit that backhand a little bit wide. And so Leia and Rob are moving on, and they'll face Catherine Parento and Riley Newman. It's not going to get any easier for here, but I know Rob Nunnery and Leia, and they want to be the best, so they've got to beat the best. Good second round match coming for them. Colin Johns and Martina Coakley, they will just head into the back draw. There is no opportunity for them to come back through to win gold at the PPA Tour format, but they're still alive fighting for bronze. And we'll be streaming live all day long, so I'm super, super excited to be here in Newport Beach. It's about 70 degrees, perfect weather for pickleball, and we're going to be bringing it to you live at the Takeya Showcase. So we actually have 2 courts of live coverage going all day. So if we're in the middle of a break as we're awaiting our next court assignment, you can tune into the other stream, and then we'll be back soon with some more live pro pickleball from the PPA Tour.
As if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Make me color, make me glow, make me glow, make me glow. Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those good vibes.
That's a great point by Tyson Dumping.
I got that glow. I got that glow.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
I love this game. The friends I've met along the way, the places it's taken me. This game is all about community. Duper is partnering up to grow the community, to bring accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Duper's rating system starts off with accuracy, setting up for success right from the beginning. That's how you make every match count.
Selkirk's mission has always been to fuel the pickleball obsession found inside every player.
There is a growing community of pickleball players who consume as much pickleball content as they possibly can.
And that's why we are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. It's pickleball's original and only free TV app. This is 24/7 pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again, till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball. It's time to make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Pay me color, make me glow, make me glow, make me glow. Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those good vibrations.
That's a great point by Tyson Duncan.
I got that glow. I got that glow.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen. Let's go!
All right, we're back live from Newport. We have an awesome second round match. So two best friends here, Jocelyn Duvier is facing off against his men's pro doubles partner, Patrick Smith. And Patrick's playing with his normal mixed pro partner, Lauren Stratman. They have done some damage in a lot of pro tournaments together. And they're both with Team Electrum. So Team Electrum has been growing like crazy. It's become a really hot paddle in pickleball, known for all the pop and grit that it brings to the table. So Lauren is actually helping with like player sponsorships for Electrum. So you're starting to see pro pickleball players start to work in the industry and not just play at the tournaments. They're starting to be more involved on the business side of pickleball as the sport has grown so fast in the past year. so Electrum also recently signed Mr. Colin Johns, and he has been playing with an elongated version of the Electrum paddle. So we are measuring the net as these players are warming up, and we want everything to be pitch perfect at the PPA tour. So they're measuring it to the correct height, and then we'll see a great second round match. It's going to be 2 out of 3 format. Both these teams are in the winner's bracket draw. So I was asking Lauren Stratman about her first round match before she started warming up. They faced off against AJ Kohler and Mary Braska, and Mary is a well-known local player. Her and her sister are both up-and-comers on the pro tour, and she teamed up today with Mr. AJ Kohler out of Las Vegas, and AJ also has tons of talent and potential. Yesterday we actually saw AJ Kohler take game 1 against Ben Johns in singles. So really good day for AJ Kohler in singles. He did not podium, but he did what many players cannot, is take a game from Ben Johns. And today he's teamed up with Mary Braska. They've been dropped into the back draw by Lauren and Patrick. And now Patrick and Lauren are facing off against another tough team, Jocelyn Duvier and Michelle Esquivel. So it's kind of interesting. All these players' backgrounds, just decades of tennis. So I think every one of these players played college tennis, which is pretty common in pickleball. You're starting to see other sports kind of trend into the pro scene, but many of them do have those strong tennis backgrounds. My name is Matt, and I'm from Wichita, Kansas, and so Patrick Smith and Jocelyn Duvier are both currently living in Kansas, which is really good for them because they get to practice together all the time. And typically the foursome is Matt Wright, Lucy Kovalova, and Patrick and Jocelyn. So Wichita is known for having some elite pickleball players, and I'm just really fortunate to live there, and happy to bring you some pro pickleball streaming today from the PPA Tour. I know Patrick and Jocelyn look at the draw sometimes and say, oh, like we have to play each other so soon, or we always have to play each other every weekend. And that's just one of the consequences of being elite players, is sometimes you're going to get farther in the draw where you're going to have to knock out your buddies. And it just so happens that when the draw came out this morning, they were matched up in the second round. But before the tournament started this morning, I was talking to all the pro players, and the consensus is that the field is really stacked. There's so many good teams here. There's no easy matchups. So it's going to be a great day of pickleball, and we've got 2 courts of coverage. So be sure to swing back and forth between our live streams on YouTube, or check us out on Facebook. So to start today, there were 27 teams in the mixed pro draw, and the way the bracket is shaking out right now, the winner of this match could very likely face Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova. So we might have another Wichita matchup. Matt and Lucy had a first round bye, and then they await either Jillian Braverman and Joey Farias, or the De La Rosas. So if you follow pro pickleball, you've probably heard of Daniel De La Rosa. He's made a lot of noise in singles pro pickleball, and he's in mixed. Sometimes he'll play with his wife, Michelle. They're both elite racquetball players that have sort of been trying both sports. I think Daniel might eventually transition to pickleball, but for a long time he's been a very, very highly ranked racquetball player, touring all over the country and world playing racquetball. So if you ever get a chance to watch Daniel De La Rosa, the racket skills that he can display is really dazzling, and he's definitely a player to watch on the Pro Tour. We are getting ready to get started in this second round match. Just some last minute strategizing from Michelle and Jocelyn. Patrick Smith just blew a kiss at Jocelyn. That was too funny. All right, so we might see some power pickleball. These players might rip the ball at each other. It's going to be a lot of fun. 0-0-1. So it'll be interesting to see the first team that tries to kind of slow the ball down. We'll see if they start to bang for a little bit, and then one team tries to keep the ball soft. Zero, 0-1. That would have been a tricky reset for Jocelyn. Just couldn't get it. 0-0-2. Zero, 0-1. And that's become really a signature move for Jocelyn Duvier. He's got that little forehand touch that he can angle and hit it very, very soft. And if you're playing from the back line, it's such a weapon that Jocelyn can hit shots like that. And he can control the ball to where you almost have no chance to track it down from the baseline, unless you're 18 years old. 0-0-1. Some strong hands from Lauren Stratman. A nice point for her. And Jocelyn is actually going to switch paddles. I think he might have a little bit of a problem with his lead tape peeling off. Wants to get a switch. His forehand drive is looking really good to start the game. I think he needs to keep ripping those forehand thirds. But he's just got to be ready because Patrick and Lauren are going to blast it right back at him. Patrick has awesome hands. So the wind is picking up a little bit. It might start to move the ball. 0-0-2. Still 0-0-1. This is going to be a tight match the whole way, very likely. The ball tipped the top of the net. 0-0-2. Nice shot from Michelle, and you gotta love the energy that she brings. She's always a lot of fun to watch, and would be a good partner to play with because she's expressive on the court, and her and Jay really bring the energy. Jay was a bit lackadaisical on that serve, so it's a side out. 0-2. That's kind of the first dinking rally of the match, and Michelle didn't stay in it very long. She tried to go really aggressive down the line, missed it long. Needs to hang in there on those forehand dinks a little bit longer and get a ball that she can attack more. is 1-2-2. That was a really good lob from Patrick Smith, hit the back line. It's a shot that he doesn't utilize a whole lot, but if he can hit lobs like that, really need to try and work that into more of his game. That was a beauty. Patrick Smith was a elite college tennis player from UMKC, which is University of Missouri, Kansas City, and I think one time he told me he never lost a match at home, and I think he was inducted into the Hall of Fame at University of Missouri, Kansas City School for Tennis. He's a fitness fanatic, and that really helps his level of play on the court. Patrick's in his 30s, but is in such tremendous shape that he's become such a high-level pickleball player. One, 2-1. Some nice shots from Lauren and Pat. Jay's hands were too fast. Couldn't get out of the way of that one, even though Michelle yelled out. It is 2-2-1. So Lauren Stratman's wearing the pink shorts and the pink socks, and she's a pretty easy player to root for. She's super friendly if you see her at tournaments. And there's a ball on the court, so we'll have to reserve. And Lauren's really active on social media too, so be sure and follow her social media pages. She does a great job of documenting her travels and all of her tournaments. And I kind of trying to work the ball away from Patrick Smith and keep it towards Lauren. It worked on that point. 3-2. Two, 3-1. And Lauren generates a lot of pace when the ball is elevated. Both forehand and backhand. Lauren's really got an all-around game. 3-3-2. Return was out by about 6 inches. A free point for Lauren and Pat. 4-3. And that's Patrick Smith's best drive of the match so far. That was a beauty. When he gets those forehands, there might not be a player that can hit a better third shot forehand drive. Pat's way up there. We have a side out at 3-6. Jocelyn and Michelle won their first match. It was 11-5, 11-4, and they had a first-round matchup against Annika Cooper and Warren Tamanaha. A couple of, well, Warren's a California local. Annika played college tennis out at UCLA, so she's a real up-and-comer on the tour, and that's who Jocelyn and Michelle beat in the first round. 6-3-1. And Lauren left that ball a little bit too high for Jocelyn. That ball was really close, and 7-3-2 is out, maybe by an inch or two. Michelle might have been still thinking about that last point. So a nice little lead here for Lauren and Pat. 8-3. I think Patrick knew what Jocelyn was going to do on that one. And he reached over and played the middle and poached it. That's the second missed service return from Patrick. I think Jay just kind of ran out of room. There's not much room on the sidelines here at the Newport Beach, the pickleball club at Newport Beach, and so around the posts are very difficult here. Sometimes you just run out of room. Ball on the court, so we'll have to reserve at 9-4. So Jocelyn Duvier, he played college tennis at Wichita State, and that's how he ended up in Kansas. He had immigrated to the United States from France to pursue a tennis career. And we have a game point for Lauren and Pat, and whenever Jocelyn got called by a coach in the United States, he got a scholarship offer to go to Wichita, and he didn't do any research on what Wichita was like, the geography or the state of Kansas. Didn't even look into it. He thought it was kind of like Miami. He just had this idea that the United States was kind of like Florida everywhere, and so he showed up in Wichita, Kansas, just kind of blind. But he's ended up kind of falling in love with it, raising a family there. He has 2 young kids and a wife that's also plays a little bit of pro pickleball. She's a high-level racket sport player. Was a tennis player as well, just like Jocelyn. And we will have a match point here for a game point for Lauren and Pat, 10-4. And that's the game. It was good. I thought she called it out. So 4-10-1. It's a really difficult service return. Michelle had to hit that third shot off of her back foot, and sometimes when the service return's so deep like that, you just hit the third shot drop a little bit short into the net. All right, so they're gonna have to get another stop to fend off this game point at 10-5, 10-5-1. All right, so we will take just a quick break. We'll come back for game 2. Lauren and Pat take game 1, 11-5, and we'll see if Jocelyn and Michelle can force a third game. We'll be back with some more Pro Pickleball in just a second. Thanks for tuning in.
Really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it, haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
The pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving. Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
All right, we're back for game 2. And Lauren to serve at 0-0-2. We really didn't see much dinking in that first game. It'll be interesting to see if either team tries to slow it down. There was very, very few dinking rallies between these 4 players. And Lauren likes to speed up, and she's so good at it, especially when it's to her forehand. If the dink bounces high enough to where Lauren can rip the ball, she can be so aggressive, and it's a shot that she really excels at. 0-0-2. Wow, that was such a great third shot drop by Jocelyn Duvier, and it set up the next shots for him. But Patrick hands are so good, he just overhit that last one. So it's a point for Jocelyn and Michelle. Wow, behind the back for Jocelyn on that reset. He's really known as a flashy player, and that makes him a fan favorite. He hits a lot of tweeners, and he's kind of a showman on the court. Sometimes it's a necessity, though. If they hit the ball behind you, you don't have time to get your racket around. All you can do is really put your paddle behind your back and hope that it finds your paddle somehow, and Jocelyn's so good at it. Jocelyn's mom was like a professional, I believe she was a handball player back in France. So his whole family has like a racket sports background. And we actually have a timeout on the court, so we will take a hydration break and a word from our sponsors. Thanks for watching the PPA Tour.
Thanks for calling Dukes of Health. This is Ben. How can I help you? I'm sorry, she's not in today. I agree. She is an excellent pickleball player. I believe it's Jardim. No, I'm not sure how to pronounce it either. Yes, her picture is on the front of the bag. Okay, how many bags would you like to order? I'm not sure we have that many.
All right, we're back live in this matchup between Patrick Smith and Lauren Stratman versus Jocelyn Duvier and Michelle Escobar. We're in game 2. Pat and Lauren are up 1-0. And that was actually one of the longer dinking rallies of the match. Both these players are, both of these teams are so good at being aggressive, especially at the no volley zone, that sometimes the dinking rallies just don't last very long. .402, nice lead for Jocelyn and Michelle as they try and force a third game. And Michelle got into trouble speeding that one up a little bit away from the no volley zone. She was sort of in transition, and she elevated the ball and didn't work out that time. So it's a side out, 0-4. And Lauren's trying to work that third shot drop cross court towards Michelle, keeping it away from Jocelyn. And she just missed it wide. She went too much of an angle, trying to keep it away from the middle. And sometimes that's so tough whenever you put everything you have into like the third shot drive, and then on the fifth shot you try and drop the ball. It's like a grip change. You're putting so much energy into powering that third shot drive, and then the fifth comes back really fast, and you're trying to more absorb the contact and drop the ball. And that's one aspect of Jocelyn Duvier's game that has improved so much on that last point. His hand speed has really been top notch as he's been playing tournaments every weekend. Some players are taking the sport of pickleball extremely serious, like Jocelyn is kind of the poster child for that, playing in 9 tournaments and 9 weekends all across the country. And some other players like Patrick Smith have full-time jobs, and they're just doing this on the weekends. 1-5-1. All right, 2-5-1. A good little run here for Pat and Lauren after being down 5-0. Battling back, it's 3-5. It's an awesome hands battle between Patrick and Jocelyn. They work on that in practice. They drill, you know, they stand a foot inside the kitchen line and they just rip the ball back and forth to each other, try and work on their hand speed. And I think drills like that really pay off on the court in tournaments. Five, 3-1. What a speed up from Lauren Stratman. She's so good at ripping those forehand drives off of balls that bounce just barely over the net. She's always looking to attack those. Oh, nice point there. Some strong defense, but Patrick Smith just puts it away. I don't think that around the post was quite there. It wasn't a sharp enough angle. So we actually have 3 career pickleball players on the court right now. Lauren, Jocelyn, and Michelle are all pursuing pickleball very seriously as a career. And the PPA Tour has helped make it more sustainable for players to kind of turn it into a career by providing structure to the pro level. The PPA has recruited more sponsorships and brought a lot more eyes into the sport. And now we have tournaments like the Takeya Showcase, where Takeya is a major sponsor of the PPA Tour, and they make hydration water bottles that you can look up on their website, takeya.com. A lot of the players love to use the water bottles during tournament play. It is 6-5-2. Wow. Just barely got that one over. Hit the tape. Just rolled over. No chance for Lauren and Jocelyn, or Michelle and Jocelyn to get that one. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back in just a second.
Catherine, did you remember to bring everything you need for the tournament?
Yep, all the essentials. My lucky paddle.
Great.
First aid kit.
Mm-hmm.
Canada's finest.
Catherine, did you remember the most important one?
Obviously.
Just making sure.
Oh, shoot. I think I forgot Mr.
I didn't forget.
Thanks, Coach. Je t'aime, Monsieur Pickle.
What's the score? All right, we're back at 7-5-2. And a quick side out. Back to Jocelyn. 5-7. So they're looking to force a third game here in this second round matchup. It was a pretty drop from Jocelyn Duvier. Just kind of floated. The winner of this match will very likely face Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova. So some more great pickleball coming all day long from Newport Beach. What a shot from Michelle. So when Jocelyn comes over and takes a couple dinks from Michelle like that, it really makes their opponents think, you know, where is Jocelyn going to be on the court? Is he going to stay on the left side? Is he going to trend over and take those dinks? And then sometimes he gets burned on it. You know, it's just a part of the game. If he's going to try and play more in the middle, sometimes it's gonna pay off. It's a risk reward thing. And if you can burn him down the line, you have to try and keep him honest occasionally. So that was a really nice point from Lauren and Pat. And that return sails long by about 1.5 feet. So that was a pretty big point for Jocelyn and Michelle. And now they're up 8-7. But it's going to go back to Lauren and Pat. So 7-8, they're looking to close this one out, make it to the third round, and try and get that matchup against Matt and Lucy. Wow. It was really a nice shot from Michelle Esquivel. She can really crank that two-handed backhand, but all four of these players are really high-level pickleball pros, and so sometimes you have to hit 2 amazing shots in a row to put it away, or maybe even more. And that's the second dink that Michelle has just barely missed on top of the net. And we have a timeout called by Jocelyn. We'll be back after a word from our sponsors. Thanks for tuning into the PPA Tour.
Lucky socks. Lucky hat. Lucky clock.
Dude, did you really have to bring all that with you?
Lucy, pregame rituals are very important. I'm sure you have some too.
Well, I have the most important one right here.
Yeah, obviously. Almost forgot. My lucky hairbrush. Old, reliable.
All right, we're back in game 2 of this matchup between Stratman and Smith and Duvier and Michelle Esquivel. We're at a beautiful venue in Newport Beach, California. This is Mixed Pro Doubles Day, round number 2. Winner of this match could very likely face Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova. So we'll see who moves on. Currently in game 2, it's 9-8. Lauren Stratman to serve. And Lauren hit 2 perfect drives from the back line. Her forehand has been on all game, but some nice blocks from Michelle and Jocelyn there, and they earned the side out, so it's 8-9-1. And we have a timeout from Pat at 9-9. So just a quick break, and we'll be back shortly to see the end of this second game.
Bottle can take the heat.
All right, we're back to see who can take this second game. It's tied right now at 9-9. And right out of the timeout, Michelle was pretty aggressive on that serve, but it just barely hit the tape of the net. So it's second server now, Jocelyn. Just didn't get enough on that backhand roll. And Lauren Stratman's hands are pretty good. So it goes back to Lauren and Pat at 9-9. They just need 2 points to close out this match. I love the energy for Michelle and Jocelyn. They're very positive on the court. They encourage each other, and they a lot of high fives between this duo. There's another one. All right. So huge side out. We're hoping to get more pickleball. I mean, I'd love to see a third game. I think that was a good idea from Michelle, and she just hit it a little bit too flat, not enough topspin. 9-9-2. So I think on that point, Lauren and Pat were switching, and when Michelle cross-courted that ball at Lauren, she was kind of trapped in her movement. And oh, wow, you can really see Jocelyn's athleticism on that point, and he closes it out. You'd love to see Jocelyn come over and poach that ball. He's so quick and so strong. We'll be back for game 3. This is awesome. We're gonna have another game from these 4 great players. We'll be back soon.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
All right, we're back for game 3. This is a real treat. 4 awesome high-level pickleball players going at it here at Newport Beach at the PPA Tour. Winner of this match will face either Michelle and Daniel De La Rosa or Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova. So the draw is really stacked here at the PPA Tour Takeya Showcase. There's no easy rounds. One 0-1. That's a great point. All right, so it's going to be Patrick to serve at 1-0-2. And Lauren was just a little bit impatient on that one. That's tough. Missed service return from Lauren. It was just barely out, not by much. 1-1-2. So good. And I think Patrick wanted to try and earn that ball, but I don't think it was a good idea to try and jump the kitchen on that point. It's 2-1. He did have a really nice backhand Ernie just a few points ago, so we know that that's a really good shot for him, but he was out of position on that one. It is 1-2-1. This is the tiebreaker game. Wow, some awesome hands. That's just such a much improved area of Jocelyn Duvier's game. Is his hand speed, his quickness at the no volley zone line, on those speed ups. It's something he's really been working on. And I think part of that is how much tournament practice he's gotten in this summer. So Jocelyn has been playing in tournaments all across the country almost every weekend. He's been racking up a lot of gold medals in kind of a historic run in pro pickleball. 2-1-2. You can see how good Jocelyn moves around the court. He can really play anywhere on the court. One thing that makes Jocelyn Duvier's run of tournament success this year and summer is even more impressive is that he's done it with a variety of partners. So it seems like every weekend Mr. Duvier is playing with someone different. I know a lot of times he'll play with Patrick Smith in men's, but his mixed doubles partners, and that ball was just a little bit outside. A lot of last year Jocelyn played with Regina Franco, and she is currently pregnant, having a child, and so she has taken a break from pro pickleball, and he's been bouncing around from different mixed partners, and he's had still tremendous success. So kudos to Jocelyn Duvier. A nice overhead there from Michelle, putting that ball away. 3-2-1. I think Jocelyn was trying to creep towards the middle, and Patrick tried to work that ball towards his backhand side, and I don't know that Jocelyn was ready for it. It's a really good third, earns a point. It's 4-2. What a shot. Wow. And we are going to switch sides at 6. That is Lauren's best shot of the match. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back really soon for some more pro pickleball. All right, we're back to see who will take this third game. Michelle Esquivel to serve now to Lauren Stratman. And there's a ball on the court. And one thing, if you watch Michelle play, she kind of has all the shots in her bag. She's really a complete pickleball player. So tough. Great point, great defense from Michelle and Jocelyn. I think at the end there, Michelle got stranded on the back line, and Jocelyn was just kind of playing from the no volley zone by himself. They almost worked their way back into that point. Ball just a little bit wide, maybe about 2 inches outside. 3-6-1. It is 3-6. And Lauren can't believe she missed that one. And the line was actually wide open on that shot. Jocelyn was creeping too much in the middle, and Lauren almost found her spot. It was maybe just a couple inches outside. And she burned him again. I think, yeah, but that ball was just a little bit elevated from Michelle, and not much Jocelyn could do on that one. He's trying to cover more of the court, and he just has to leave his line open in order to do that. A point like that is the benefit of him playing the middle. You know, if he gets, if he can kind of take over on the tee at the no volley zone, he can really control the point. And they got some momentum right now. Wow, it's 8-3. They're looking to close it out and get that matchup against Matt and Lucy. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll be right back.
Hey, Ben, come here.
Hey, Danny.
Hey, check this out.
Oh, cool.
Oh, no, it's not the final product. Our graphics department is still working on it. But you're gonna love this. These are awesome.
Is this really necessary for pickleball, Danny? It's just 1 ounce of plastic.
Ben, trust me, you're in a professional sport where people are trying to hit you. You need all the protection you can get. Safety first, because plastic hurts.
Yeah, but...
Just remember our motto, watch your blind side or you'll be on your hind side.
All right, thanks, Danny. Later, Gator.
All right. Go Gators!
All right, we're back live to see who can take this third game. And Jocelyn going with the spin serve. Wow, an ill-advised speed up there from Michelle Esquivel, but the hand speed just too good. It's 9-3. All right, we have a side out at 3-9. And that ball sailed long as well, so Lauren and Pat really need to get some momentum going, down 3-9 in this third game. These players are all pretty familiar with each other. They play in pretty much every PPA Tour tournament. And a missed third from Pat, just a little bit of frustration. It's going to go back to Jocelyn and Michelle at 9-4. Lucy Kovalova has just walked over to see what's going to happen in this matchup. She awaits the winner. And right now, Jocelyn and Michelle are trying to close it out. It's 10-4. And there it is, 11-4. Jocelyn and Michelle battle back after dropping the first game to take the next two. The third game, 11-4, so they just kind of went on a run in that third game. Missed service return, played a role in it as well. So Duvier and Esquivel will advance to the third round and await a matchup between Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova. Some really good pickleball there. We're going to be bringing you high-level PPA Tour action all day long from 2 different courts. We also have a championship court stream on our YouTube page and Facebook channel. They will have all the best matches up to the bronze. They're not going to play the gold medal mixed pro match today. That'll happen Saturday. We are going to wait our next matchup, and we'll be back soon with some more PPA Tour pickleball.
Meet the ultimate pickleball paddle, designed in Silicon Valley, using state-of-the-art technology based on data collected from the paddles of thousands of players. We use a Japanese carbon fiber called Toray for the surface, the best on the market due to its tensile strength and power. The innate fine-grained texture grips the ball, resulting in highly precise controlled shots and incredible spin. The core of the paddle uses a proprietary honeycomb technology, resulting in pitch-perfect weight distribution, gets you the perfect edge-to-edge sweet spot. Unlike the flat dead-end hits from paddles of the past, get the Electrum Pro and join the sports revolution with an edge above the rest.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen. Let's go!
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it. Haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
The pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving. Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Meet the ultimate pickleball paddle, designed in Silicon Valley, using state-of-the-art technology based on data collected from the paddles of thousands of players. We use a Japanese carbon fiber called Toray for the surface, the best on the market due to its tensile strength and power. The innate fine-grained texture grips the ball, resulting in highly precise controlled shots and incredible spin. The core of the paddle uses a proprietary honeycomb technology, resulting in pitch-perfect weight distribution, gets you the perfect edge-to-edge sweet spot. Unlike the flat dead-end hits from paddles of the past, get the Electrum Pro and join the sports revolution with an edge above the rest.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen. Let's go!
From with Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, PaddleTech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromouthpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it, haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
The pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving. Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
As if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4.5, but my rating still says I can play 3.5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball. It's time to make every match count.
All right, we're back live from Newport. We have 2 streams of coverage all day long at the PPA Tour Takeya Showcase. And so currently we have a match being streamed on Championship Court, and then we are bringing you Court 2. This is a men's senior pro doubles match. So for mixed pro pickleball, it is today, but for senior pros, it is gender. So men's senior pro doubles is today, and then they'll do, they did mixed yesterday. And so we've got a good matchup. Currently we have Mills, Miller, and Jose DeRisi is facing off against Thunder Lopez and Steve Dawson. Steve Dawson is very well known around the coastal California area. His whole family is involved in pickleball. And so Mr. Dawson is wearing the gray t-shirt, red shorts, and the white tights. And he is very well known for the Bobby Riggs tennis venue out here in California, and his whole family teaches there, and they play in tournaments all across the country. But his wife is also an elite women's pickleball player, Jennifer Dawson, and they have passed down the love of racket sports to their son, Callan Dawson. Callan is also a really good pro pickleball player. So I just love to stream any of the Dawson family's matches. I think they're one of the coolest families in pickleball. You know, dad plays senior pro, mom wins a lot of gold medals at senior pro, and then their son Callan has had a lot of success as well. And one thing, if you watch them all play, their styles are a little bit similar. They're all very strong dinkers, and Callan learned a lot of his skill set from his dad, Steve. So might see some similarities if you've ever seen Callan Dawson play. We're going to see his father, Steve, on the court. He's wearing the gray shirt and red shorts. He also plays with that Pro Connects paddle, which is known for how it can kind of adapt to the vibration of different shots. So it's great with a lot of control, and it absorbs a lot of contact. And a lot of players would probably tell you that the Pro Connects is one of the best brands if you have like tennis elbow, or it's starting to be called more pickleball elbow as pickleball becomes more prominent. The Pro Connects paddle has like vibration absorbing technology, and so it creates less inflammation in your elbow when you play a lot of pickleball, and most of us do. So. So yeah, I think that's really interesting. You're starting to see pickleball sort of enter the lexicon of mainstream society. You know, I started pickleball about 3 years ago. My name is Matt Mayfield. I live in Wichita, Kansas, and pickleball has undergone such enormous growth over the past few years, and it's changed from a sport where many people would say, like, what is pickleball, right? They didn't really know. And now almost everybody has heard of pickleball. It's really, really cool to see. And we're starting to see, you know, lots of prize money, and it's turning into a career for a lot of players. And even some senior pro players are turning it into a career. So pickleball is just booming right now, and the pandemic of last year only fueled the growth of the sport. And then we're just super excited here at the PPA Tour to bring you all this coverage of all these great players. So thanks for joining us. We've got a men's senior pro matchup for you. Steve Dawson and Thunder Lopez facing off against Jose DeRisi and Mills Miller. So yeah, a lot of people are kind of talking about pickleball in society, and it's becoming real prominent. And like I was talking about pickleball elbow, which might eventually replace, the tennis elbow term. And I think that eventually we all wear tennis shoes. I think that they might be called pickleball shoes in the future. I think pickleball will become that big to where, why would we wear tennis shoes? We all play pickleball. So can't wait for that to happen. I think the PPA Tour will only contribute to the growth in the United States and around the world, as a lot of the tours are starting to look internationally at running tournaments overseas, starting in Mexico and Canada, and then eventually going towards Europe. So it's incredibly exciting, and this is going to be an exciting match. So we're just getting started in game one. All right, so Steve Dawson to serve now. He is playing with Thunder Lopez. Thunder Lopez is wearing all black on the court, and he has a gearbox paddle. And a nice poach. That was set up by a good third shot drive from Mr. Steve Dawson. This is a first round matchup for both of these teams. And Jose DeRisi hits that service return a little bit long. So Jose is wearing a blue engaged shirt and gray shorts. He has an engaged paddle as well. And then his partner is Mills Miller. And another nice point from Thunder Lopez. He's bringing the Thunder right now. And some really good court awareness, being able to cover the middle and come over and poach those balls. 3-0-1. And I think they called that shot in. No, they said it was out. Okay, so it is a side out, or second server, 3-0-2. That's a really tricky reset, and that might have been a ball that Steve would take if he had another chance at it. All right, Mills Miller to serve now to Thunder Lopez. It's a nice shot by Mills Miller, hitting down on the ball, forcing Steve Dawson to hit it up, and he elevated it too much. All right, so that ball did not land in, so it's a point for Mills and DeRisi. It's a good speed up there from Jose. So we just saw on this stream, if you were watching previously, we were watching Patrick Smith and Lauren Stratman face off against Michelle Esquivel and Jocelyn Duvier in the mixed pro draw. But we're going to bring you a senior pro matchup right now. And these players are going to play a little bit more controlled, so we'll see a little bit more strategic play, a lot more resets and dinking as they try and move the ball around and create that opportunity. We might see some longer points from these four players. A little bit more traditional pickleball. It is 4-3-1. That was a really good point. This is my first time watching Jose DeRisi play, but it appears like he puts a lot of pace on his dinks. His dinks are really aggressive, and I think he hit one on that last point where Steve said, "Oh, I'm not going to go back to Jose," and he tried to work the ball instead towards Mills. So it'll be interesting to see if Steve Dawson and Thunder Lopez continue to try and dink with Jose. He seems like a very aggressive, solid dinker. It's 3-4-1. All right, so the winner of this match could face the #1 seed in the draw. Dane Gingrich and Kevin Booth are on the slate if they can win their first round match as well. So whoever wins this match will have a very tough opponent. Dane Gingrich and Kevin Booth are pretty prominent on the Senior Pro Tour. And that is the third time Thunder Lopez has brought the lightning from the left-hand side, coming over with his forehand. He's got such good court vision, and really like to see athleticism like that out of Thunder Lopez. Really good shot. And Jennifer Dawson, Steve's wife, has walked over to the sidelines here to observe this match. Their son, Callan, would typically be in the pro doubles draws, but I believe he has had an elbow injury that has been bothering him for quite some time. And so, due to doctor's recommendations, Callan Dawson has taken a brief break from pro pickleball. And so we hope Callan Dawson will be back on the Pro Tour pretty soon. And I'm pretty excited to bring you a match featuring Steve Dawson here. And there's a nice little Ernie from Thunder Lopez. Four, 6, 2. Thunder and Steve are really gelling on the court right now. I think that's been the difference as they opened up a 6-4 lead. That was a great backhand punch from Steve Dawson. And we actually have a timeout at 7-4, and so we'll take a brief break. We'll be back with some more Senior Pro men's doubles here in just a second. Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks for calling Jigsaw Health. This is Ben. How can I help you? I'm sorry, she's not in today. I agree. She is an excellent pickleball player. I believe it's Jardim. No, I'm not sure how to pronounce it either. Yes, her picture is on the front of the bag. Okay, how many bags would you like to order? I'm not sure we have that many.
All right, we're back with our Court 2 coverage. We have 2 live streams going on all day long, so you don't want to miss any of the pro pickleball action. If one of your favorite players is playing on the other stream or on this stream, be sure and bounce back and forth. Or if you can't, if you're working, you can't catch all the matches you want to see, we are going to upload all this footage. So be sure to check out our YouTube channel, PPA Tour, to follow all the action. This is a Takeya showcase. We're in Newport Beach, California. I'm very blessed to be bringing you some high-level pickleball. And Jose had the right idea with that shot. That's a shot you see so many players work hard to perfect. And there's a bit of they're asking if they saw if it hit the line or not. I think it was a really good call. Incorrect server. They were discussing whether the ball was in and out, and they just served from the wrong position. So it's a side out at 4-8. He said, Richard, get it down. So that must be Thunder's first name, Richard Lopez, but I like Thunder a little bit better. And Thunder has got some really good hands. He's been able to handle any firefight so far in this first game. So I don't think Mills and Jose will keep attacking Mr. Lopez with those speed ups. Yeah, just like that. I mean, he's just too quick. I don't think that would keep speeding the ball at Thunder Lopez. Just keep dinking him. And that's a really good spot there, going middle on that ball. Caused a little bit of confusion about if Steve was going to hit it, if Thunder was going to hit it. Sometimes that's really the benefits of going towards the middle of the court in doubles pickleball. It's 7-8-2, a little bit of a comeback for Mills and Jose in this first game. And Steve sped it up from an area of the court you typically don't want to speed it up. He was off the kitchen line at least a few feet, and he tried to rip his forehand, but it just gives the opponents too much reaction time whenever you're speeding up away from the kitchen line. And we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with some more pro pickleball.
Pickleball is more than just a sport. It's a passion. It's not about winning. It's about who I become when I'm on court. The woman, the player, the athlete. I'm always pushing to be the best version of me. And I know you can do it too. So find your passion. Be the best version of you. And don't forget to have fun while you're at it. Because it's fun to feel good.
All right, we're back live from Newport. I want to update everybody on the weather conditions so you know What's happening on the court, it's about 70 degrees. There's very little wind. It's typically perfect weather here in Newport Beach, California, and that's why there's so many tournaments out in this region. And there's another ball that Thunder can handle with no problems. Nice little point for Mr. Lopez. And we have a side out at 8-8. We'll see if they can close out this first game. That point was really set up by a very clean third shot drop by Steve Dawson. That was beauty. Nine, 8-2. Thunder Lopez serving to Mills Miller. All right, so we'll have a side out. All right, it's at 9-9. Jose and Mills have a chance to take this first game. But a missed third. It's a side out back to Thunder and Steve. Pop up there from Jose, so we will have a game point. It's kind of been a back and forth game one. Both teams are trying to fight into the second round where they would likely face the #1 seed. Possibly Dane Gingrich and Kevin Booth if they can make it through their first round match. We have a timeout. We'll be back shortly.
Did I make it in time?
And action. Nope, nope.
Hey, holding, laughing.
No having fun. Chrissy, you don't have to pour the
I did 3 scoops. She really likes it.
All right, we're back live, and it's really a treat to bring you this match of senior pros. Mills Miller is a super prominent, and he's actually returning the serve. He's a really well-known senior pro. He just hits that one long for the game, actually, so a tough break. Dawson and Thunder Lopez are going to take game one. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back for game two and see if we can have 3 games of pickleball.
Meet the ultimate pickleball paddle, designed in Silicon Valley, using state-of-the-art technology based on data collected from the paddles of thousands of players. We use a Japanese carbon fiber called Toray for the surface, the best on the market due to its tensile strength and power. The innate fine-grained texture grips the ball, resulting in highly precise, controlled shots and incredible spin. The core of the paddle uses a proprietary honeycomb technology, resulting in pitch-perfect weight distribution, gets you the perfect edge-to-edge sweet spot. Unlike the flat dead-end hits from paddles of the past, get the Electrum Pro and join the sports revolution with an edge above the rest.
All right, we're back for game 2. Mr. Steve Dawson will serve to Mills Miller. Mills Miller, he's been playing pickleball for over 13 years. So it's got to be phenomenal for him to see how much the sport has changed. Zero, 0-1. He just barely missed the dink there, so 0-0-2. I was telling my buddy during the break that 13 years ago when Mills Miller started playing pickleball, here at this tennis club we actually have 31 permanent pickleball nets, and that's some strong play from Mills Miller. There's 31 permanent pickleball courts here at this tennis and pickleball club. And 13 years ago when Mills started playing permanent pickleball courts, they really weren't a thing. It was just tape on a gym floor or a church. You had to teach your friends how to play pickleball because there was nobody else that really played. So for the longest time, the pickleball community was extremely small. So it's really come a long way, and Mr. Miller has probably done a lot to help grow the sport in his over a decade of playing. Some really nice backhands. Second serve here at 0-1. Thunder Lopez has the ball to serve to Mills Miller. Ball was just barely wide, so it's 1-1. A 1-1-2. And the wind actually really gusted on that point, so it might start to move the ball just a little bit. It's kind of swirling at the moment. It is 3-1. Some nice fast hands there from Jose DeRisi. So in the past year or so, the pickleball community, I would say, has become even more tight-knit, and a lot of that is a result of a lot of last year's tournaments were closed to the public. So many of these events across the country, the only people that were at the venue were some amateur players and then all these pro players that travel to every tournament. And so whenever you go to the pro tournament, a lot of the people, they know each other. We see each other at different stops along the pro tour. And it's just like any other sport, so they've kind of become friends by playing against each other, playing together, and then they kind of share some expenses to help with the travel costs because it is pretty exorbitant. So sometimes people will stay at each other's houses, family and friends. And then one of the beauty things about pickleball is that it's a double sport, so you always need partners for different events. Steve's shot barely misses wide there. Hit the tape of the net and went wide on him. So it's 1-5-2. Some really nice shots from Thunder Lopez to set that up, and Steve Dawson finishes it off 2-5-2. And uncharacteristic error from Mills Miller. So it's 3-5-2 now. That was a pretty good point, and I want to highlight Thunder Lopez's hand speed again. He might have some of the fastest hands on the Senior Pro Tour. I mean, that guy is like a brick wall at the kitchen line. Nice. All right. Some good play. Five, 3-2. And that's so tough to do. You know, whenever people hit around the post on you, it's really hard to block that ball and keep it low. And Steve got the block, but Jose DeRisi put it away for an easy overhead. All right, side out, 3-6. Thunder is just so good at that. I mean, displays a lot of athleticism and awareness for where the ball is going to go, and he just stays on the attack. It's a tough break. 4-6-2. So the winner of this match will very likely face Dane Gingrich and Kevin Booth, which is our top seed in the draw. We will be bringing you action all day long from 2 different courts. We also have a championship stream on our YouTube channel and Facebook page. Trying to bring more action live from Newport. That ball was just a little bit too low for Jose to try and punch. Currently it is 6-4-2. Thunder Lopez pulled Mills Miller extremely wide on that little shot, and there's not much room on the sideline here. So I feel like possibly if Mills would have had more room, he might have gotten that around the post. But that could definitely be a strategy on the side of the court over here that Mills is on, and also Steve Dawson. If you hit a shot really wide, there's a wall here, so there's not much room on the sideline. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with some more PPA Tour Pickleball in just a second.
I was playing 8 days a week, playing tournaments all over the place. On June 8th of this year, I had a heart attack. I knew that I wanted to get well as fast as I could. I was talking to a friend of mine. He sent me a sample pack of the stack. Now, even post-heart attack, I love being able to compete with the kids. The Jigsaw products, I think, are what are allowing me to do that. Anybody that wants to have hydration and endurance, they should be taking these products.
All right, we're back in game 2. We have a men's senior pro doubles matchup today. Mills Miller and Jose DeRisi facing off against Steve Dawson and Thunder Lopez. It's been a pretty good game so far. Thunder Lopez and Steve Dawson took the first game. I think the key for that one was Lopez's ability to handle pace at the kitchen line. He's played really good all match long, and there's been a couple speed ups that they've tried to attack Thunder Lopez, and he's just been rock solid. It is 5-6-2. So let serve. So on the PPA Tour, we will replay let serves. One thing that I've kind of noticed about these 4 players is they all have kind of a propensity to try and drive the third shot. They really trust their forehand drives from the back line, especially Mills Miller, but his has been pinpoint all game long. He has a very short, compact stroke. He's not using any wrist. He just kind of, it's almost like a forehand punch. You just don't see that too often. You see it a lot with backhands, but Mills is a very compact swing that he has developed and perfected. And they actually have a lead here at 8-5. Trying to force a third game. Yeah, nice job by Jose and Mills Miller, just kind of moving the dinks around, staying really patient, almost playing chess out there with those dinks, and then waiting for a good time to attacking. That was a nice little point. And Steve tried to speed that one off his back foot, and it didn't work for him. So game 2 win for Mills Miller and Jose DeRisi. We'll be back for game 3 in just a second. Thanks everybody for watching. All right, we're back live for Game 3. We have a tiebreaker game in this men's senior pro doubles matchup. Mills Miller and Jose DeRisi. Mills is serving currently to Steve Dawson. And Jose might have forced that one a little bit. Overhit the ball too much, went long on him, and there's a ball on the court. I heard a really interesting story about this venue, so I'd love to share. We were in Newport Beach at a tennis club, and they have become like a hybrid tennis and pickleball club currently with 1,000 pickleball members. All right, so a nice little point there. A lot of times I try and let the pickleball speak for itself, but I really want to share this story. So we're on coastal California, and this is a very prominent, historic tennis club. And I talked to one of the founding members of the pickleball club, and they said that tennis was not doing very well, and they were thinking of selling the facility, and they were going to turn this tennis complex into condos. And pickleball kind of saved this facility, and they've done a lot of renovations since the growth of pickleball in the past year. Before the pandemic, I was told they had 180 members in the club, and then after the pandemic, they just reached 1,000 members. So just truly incredible through the lockdown. This pickleball club here at Newport Beach grew from 180 players to 1,000, and now they just put in a brand new clay tennis court. So they're using some of the proceeds from all the pickleball players' memberships, and they're just building more tennis courts, building more pickleball courts. And it's breathed new life into this historic tennis venue. A really cool story that I just had to share. It is 1-2-2 in this third game. That shot's there for Thunder Lopez. I mean, it was definitely the right idea to try and lift that ball down the middle, but he just pushed it. Ball on the court, so we will have to replay. Currently, there are 31 permanent pickleball courts at this venue, and they're building 16 more. So very shortly, we will have 47 permanent pickleball courts at this facility in Orange County, California. All of this when the venue was about to be sold and torn down for condominiums. So pickleball has changed a lot of our lives, and it's changing business people's lives as it's breathed new life into many facilities across the country. Three, two, one. 3-2-2. That's a tough break right there. That ball, I think it was Sleepy, almost took a nap on the net and did not give a friendly roll to Jose DeRisi. So it's second server now at 3-3. We're going to see who can take this third game, advance to the second round in men's senior pro doubles. And Steve just barely overhit that one. I think the dink bounced high enough to where it was an attackable ball, but I might have tried to aim that attack at someone's body. Steve tried to pass him down the line and he hit it long. That's a fantastic shot from Jose DeRisi. Maybe his best shot of the match so far. Five, 3. What a point. And Mills Miller was fired up about that one. Really good pickleball. And we're going to switch sides at 6-3. I love it. All right, we'll be back pretty soon after a word from our sponsors.
Hey, Ben, come here.
Hey, Danny.
Hey, check this out.
Oh, cool.
Oh, no. It's not the final product. Our graphics department is still working on it. But you're gonna love this. These are awesome.
Is this really necessary for pickleball, Danny? It's just 1 ounce of plastic.
Ben, trust me. You're in a professional sport where people are trying to hit you. You need all the protection you can get. Safety first, because plastic hurts.
Yeah, but...
Just remember our motto. Watch your blind side, or you'll be on your hind side.
All right. Thanks, Danny. Later, Gator.
All right. Gators.
All right, we're back in this third game. 6-3-2. I think Steve was playing too far off the kitchen line on that point. Sometimes he stays right up at the kitchen line, and sometimes he kind of drifts back just a little bit. And he ended up staggered with his partner on that last point. A really good forehand roll makes up for it. Nice shot, Mr. Dawson. They're down 3-7 currently in this tiebreaker game. They're trying to fight their way into the second round. Wow. Expert level around the post from Mills Miller. The wind was blowing a little bit, and that might have helped push that dink wide enough for Mills Miller, and he just waited on it. Extremely patient. And that's just a 1-2 punch from Jose DeRisi. He just sets it up, and then he bangs it home. Nice shot, Mr. DeRisi. 7-3-1. what a shot. What a point. I'd like to highlight and clip that one. That was really strategic, patient pickleball. It's almost like football. You know, you have to split the defense, and he really put that ball away in the perfect spot. You have to run plays out there. I think Thunder was ready to send it home, but he kind of felt Steve right next to him. They both kind of flinched like they were going to go at it, and it threw off Thunder on the forehand side. Another good point. Some good hand speed being displayed by these 4 senior pro men's players. Yes, 7-3-1. Mills and Jose trying to close this one out. Oh. All right, so a sizable lead now at 8-3. This is kind of where it gets to be danger zone in a game to 11 if you're down 5 points. And another tough break from Jose. It's almost a game of inches for him. He keeps hitting the top of the net and not getting the favorable bounce, and there's a little bit of wind, so it's just razor thin match, and we're in our 3rd game trying to see who will make it to the 2nd round. Four, 8. What a point. So good. 5-8. Yeah, we have a timeout. All right, so we will be back here shortly so you can take this 3rd game. Thanks for tuning in.
Disponível no Brasil. Obrigada, iHerb.
Pickleball cocktail ya está disponible aquí en México. Gracias a iHerb.
Le pickleball cocktail est maintenant disponible en France. Merci iHerb.
Pickleball cocktail теперь можно пить в России. Спасибо iHerb.
Pickleball cocktail. Teraz dostupný už je na Slovensku. Ďakujeme iHerb.
Pickleball cocktail now available in over 150 countries. Thanks, iHerb.
All right, thanks for tuning into the PPA Tour stream and following along all the action from the Takeya Showcase. If you'd like to check out the brackets, be sure to go to pickleballtournaments.com and then also check out the PPA Tour's website for all the upcoming tournaments that we have across the country. Find one in your region or find like a vacation destination that you'd like to come to. We're in Newport Beach, California, and I meet so many players. They come to these tournaments and they bring their whole family. It's so cool that mom and dad can play, on the court next to each other. It's really, I think, the best sport in the world because anybody can play. We're watching Steve Dawson. His whole family plays pro pickleball. If you come to a PPA Tour tournament, we have all levels for amateurs, but also you can stay and spectate and watch the best players in the world and learn some strategies for your own game So there's just all kinds of benefits to come to the PPA Tour tournaments. And if you can't be here, we really love to have you tune into our streams. 8-5-1. And that's so strong from Mills Miller. You know, some players, they look to, especially in transition zone, they look to almost reset that ball. They're trying to absorb the contact and make it to the kitchen line. Mills Miller just ripping it, especially when it's to his forehand side. It's such a strong shot for him. We have a ball on the court. You know, against some players that might get you into trouble speeding the ball up from transition zone. But Mills has such a short, sneaky swing that can really do some damage with it from transition zone. Thunder Lopez again with the hand speed. Those are great shots from Jose DeRisi. I mean, and he's speeding it up straight away, which is what you want. But Thunder's hand speed's just too good. And on that point, he did pop the second one up. But Jose got a little bit anxious and he pounded it into the net. After he got what he wanted, he couldn't put it away. They're trying to put this game away. It's 9-5. So these guys are all excellent players, and a lot of people probably watching, you know, how can I get to this level? How can I up my own game? Well, a lot of it is consistency, but I think one of the key things is that they're able to get to the line in one drop shot a lot of times. So, oh my gosh, what hustle from Thunder Lopez. Wow. Some immense athleticism. He almost got that ball. Wow, what an effort. And Thunder couldn't get that one. That was a really, really strong pace drive from Mills Miller off that dink. 9-5-1. And Steve with some nice aggression. So you hear it all the time, you know, the third shot drop is the most important shot in pickleball. It's a shot you should work on over and over. And that's kind of true, guys. If you're watching these gentlemen play, their drop shots are so crisp, especially from the back line. And a lot of these players, when they're thinking strategy, they're thinking about the math behind where they're standing on the court, right? So if you're playing from the back line, you may win some points, but statistically, you're not very likely to come out on top. So you always want to get to that no volley zone line. It is 6-9. He just barely missed that backhand third. Sometimes you're trying to be so perfect on your third shot drops that you just miss them short. Some really good hand speed, and they have earned a side out. So they'll have another opportunity to close out this match, trying to make it to the second round where they could possibly face Dane Gingrich and Kevin Booth, the top seed in the draw. And Jose was delayed getting to the kitchen line, and that really hurt him on that next shot. His drop was so perfect, but then they dinked it soft into the kitchen, and he tried to reach for it, and his dink came up short. So he just got kind of caught running into the kitchen line on that last point. And I think after that point, he yelled out "Vamos," which is Spanish for "Let's go." 10-6-2, match point. All right, wow, we have a side out, so they fought 1 match point off, and they will get served at 6-10. And that was out by about 10 inches or so. So just a basic strategy tip here at 7-10. So you're seeing a lot of players, they're trying to work the ball towards the player that hit the 3rd shot. So whoever hits the 3rd shot drop, on the 4th shot, they're trying to redirect the ball to the player that just hit the 3rd, that's trying to charge into the kitchen line and work his way up to no volley zone. So we're seeing that a lot in this match. Wow, nice shot from Jose DeRisi. And they will have another opportunity at 10-8 to try and close it out. Mills Miller to serve now, 10-8-1. And Steve has flashed some really good overheads. You really hit his spot on that one, 10-8-2. Tough break. What a great match between these senior men's pros. That match featured a face-forward dive from Thunder Lopez on a very soft ball that tipped the net and bounced over. Thunder dove for it head first. That was incredible. Thanks everybody for watching. I'm going to go try and clip that highlight of Thunder diving for that ball. We'll be back with some more pickleball. Be sure and tune into our championship court as well on our other stream. Thanks for tuning into the PPA Tour.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Newport is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Newport the go-to pickleball rating system. From rec play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
Meet the ultimate pickleball paddle, designed in Silicon Valley, using state-of-the-art technology based on data collected from the paddles of thousands of players. We use a Japanese carbon fiber called Toray for the surface, the best on the market due to its tensile strength and power. The innate fine-grained texture grips the ball, resulting in highly precise, controlled shots and incredible spin. The core of the paddle uses a proprietary honeycomb technology, resulting in pitch-perfect weight distribution. Gets you the Get the Electrum Pro and join the sports revolution with an edge above the rest.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Duper is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Duper the go-to pickleball rating system. From rec play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
Meet the ultimate pickleball paddle, designed in Silicon Valley, using state-of-the-art technology based on data collected from the paddles of thousands of players. We use a Japanese carbon fiber called Toray for the surface, the best on the market due to its tensile strength and power. The innate fine-grained texture grips the ball, resulting in highly precise controlled shots and incredible spin. The core of the paddle uses a proprietary honeycomb technology, resulting in pitch-perfect weight distribution, gets you the perfect edge-to-edge sweet spot. Unlike the flat dead-end hits from paddles of the past, get the Electrum Pro and join the sports revolution with an edge above the rest.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Duper is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Duper the go-to pickleball rating system. From rec play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
Meet the ultimate pickleball paddle, designed in Silicon Valley, using state-of-the-art technology based on data collected from the paddles of thousands of players. We use a Japanese carbon fiber called Toray for the surface, the best on the market due to its tensile strength and power. The innate fine-grained texture grips the ball, resulting in highly precise controlled shots and incredible spin. The core of the paddle uses a proprietary honeycomb technology, resulting in pitch-perfect weight distribution, gets you the perfect edge-to-edge sweet spot. Unlike the flat dead-end hits from paddles of the past, get the Electrum Pro and join the sports revolution with an edge above the rest.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Duper is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Duper the go-to pickleball rating system. From rec play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
I never thought I would fall in love with the sport again. I want to get better and find others who will help my game grow. I want to compete, but I don't know where I stand.
With Duper, I'm getting an accurate rating by entering matches before I ever register for a tournament.
I can easily find other players, play fun competitive matches, and instantly know where I stand. I'm on my way to confidently becoming the best I can be. Pickleball has taken me to new heights with recreation, community, and health. I want to make every match count.
The Takeya Showcase. We're in Newport Beach, California, and we have another men's senior pro doubles matchup. We're fortunate to get to stream another match of Thunder Lopez and Steve Dawson. They are actually in the back draw, so they were just defeated by Mills Miller, and they are now facing Cord Robbins and Jason Peary. We're going to be streaming mixed men's senior pro from this court. And then there's also a championship stream on our other page, both YouTube and Facebook channels. Just look up championship court. We can bounce back and forth between the streams. It is mixed pro day for non-seniors. And so that was a 27-team field. And they're working their way through the draw right now. But it was a really stacked field of 27 teams. All the best players are here in Newport Beach at the PPA Takeya Showcase. And I'm looking through the draw right now. One really interesting thing, Irina Tereshchenko and Adam Stone just faced off against Dekel Bar and Corinne Carr. And Corinne Carr posted about it on Facebook because she said it was a long-awaited matchup which would be the matchup between Corinne Carr and Adam Stone, one of pickleball's best romantic couples. And so they faced against each other, and it looked like a very tight match. Tereshchenko and Stone came out on top 9-11, 11-9, 11-2. So Adam Stone and Irina Tereshchenko defeated Corinne Carr and Deckel Bar in 3 games. And as a reward for that win, they now face off against Simone Jardim and Ben Johns. And that looks like the quarterfinals. And then on the other sides of the draws, also in the quarters is Lee Waters and Kyle Yates. And they are currently playing against Callie Smith and Steve Deacon. So no huge upsets today. A lot of the top seeds are advancing through the draw in the mixed pro. We've got, still in the winners bracket, Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova. They have won 2 games so far. They beat the De La Rosas 11-7, 11-5. And then they played Jocelyn Duvier and Michelle Esquivel, and it looks like it was 14-12, 11-4. So they won in 2 games. But that first game, Matt Wright and Lucy versus Jocelyn and Michelle Esquivel, it went 14-12. Matt Wright and Lucy came out on top, so they're moving on. And then some more results. Catherine Parento and Riley Newman, a pretty dynamic duo there. Riley sometimes teams up with Lindsay Newman. At this tournament, he is playing with Catherine Parento, and that's a very deadly team. They are moving on after winning their first round match. There's no easy matches at the Takeya Showcase on the PPA Tour. They had to face Leia Jansen and Rob Nunnery. And it looks like Leia and Rob took game 2 from them, but Catherine and Riley came out on top 11-6, 6-11, and then third game went to Catherine and Riley 11-2. So they now face Anna Lee Waters and also Tyson McGuffin. So many of the top players in pickleball are still in the winners bracket. There's going to be great pickleball all day long, and a lot of it will be streamed from the championship court, and we are court 2. We're going to do some men's senior pro matches, and this is a backdraw match. Mr. Steve Dawson has the first serve, and he's playing with Thunder Lopez. They are facing Cord Robbins and Jason Peary. And Jason barely missed that shot. So Jason Peary is wearing the bright blue shirt and backwards hat. His partner is a tall gentleman wearing a black tank top. That's Cord Robbins. Both of these gentlemen are from Utah. And so I'm assuming that they live pretty close to each other in Utah. They're teaming up. They might get a chance to practice together pretty often. There's a lot of really good players in Utah. And a nice little backhand punch from Thunder Lopez. If he gets an elevated dink, you have to be ready for him to speed that ball up straight away. And short return. And sometimes at this level, if you hit a short return, you're on the defensive for the rest of the point. It's very, very hard to kind of get back to neutral because the other team's looking to attack. 4-0-2, a nice little lead for Steven and Thunder Lopez here. don't feel like that was a bad poach from Thunder Lopez. He just maybe didn't get enough pace on it, and he got pulled out of position, and he got burned a little bit, but still like his aggression on that point. And that's the first point of the match for Cord Robbins and Jason Peary. Cord Robbins is serving currently with the Selkirk paddle. Trapped him in the transition zone as he's trying to work his way up to the net. 1-4-2. Four, 1-1. And just a couple of errors have helped Steve and Thunder build a nice little lead. It is 6-1. And he pushes that dink wide, so there's probably a pretty sizable experience gap between these players. Steve Dawson plays in so many pickleball tournaments, and I know I've seen Thunder Lopez at several as well. And crushes that forehand drive for a winner down the middle. It's a switch sides at 8-1. So we will just take a brief break. We'll be back here shortly for some more pickleball.
Keep the mustard packages and pickle juice in my bag.
Just water. Because I don't drink enough water, and most of the water I drink, I just pour on me.
Do you ever have any problems cramping out on the court?
Sometimes, yeah, and when it's hot.
I'm a big-time cramper.
Occasionally I do, yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Because I play hard.
This right here, the cocktail, the pickleball cocktail is what saves me in my tournaments. Has saved me before and it will continue to save me.
All right, so we're back at 8-1 in this men's senior pro back draw match. It's just a race to 15, but Steve and Thunder have a great head start. It's 8-1. So sometimes you can kind of see when you're watching players play, you can see some of the experience difference just by what they're wearing. So, you know, Steve has all his Pro Connects gear. He's very well known with the Pro Connects brand. And he just missed that lob too long, but that is Rich Lopez, and Rich Lopez has, you know, Gearbox shirt, Gearbox shorts. He's got the Gearbox paddle and the Gearbox headband. So you can see that he's a sponsored player, and that comes with a lot of experience and tournament results. And so the players that they're playing, Cord Robbins and Jason Peary, they're just completely unsponsored. You know, they're wearing just normal athletic clothes, playing with paddles that they bought, you know, maybe online or at the store. And so a lot of players, when they first get into pickleball, they get hooked very fast. So you see, players' first tournaments, they get hooked on the sport, so they start playing more and more, and they find out about all these sponsorship opportunities, and then it just comes, it's like a progression. So it's 9-1-2. Very patient point, and then Rich, maybe he changed his mind. He ended up trying to speed the ball up cross court at Cord Robbins. It looks like they've decided that they want to focus more of the balls at Cord Robbins. And I guess it's worked so far. Even with their speed ups, they're kind of going cross court at Cord. And he's learning, he's ready for that one, so he's just anticipating that they're going to try and attack right at his body. He's ready with his backhand. 2-9-2. That's a really good spot from Thunder Lopez. Makes it very difficult for Jason Peary to dig up that ball when he hits it right at his feet with a good amount of pace. Just an awesome shot from Thunder Lopez. And there's a ball in the view towards the back line, and so we will just replay it. Definitely one strength of Cord Robbins' game. He's wearing the black tank top and the gray hat, so he's pretty tall and he has a really nice wingspan, so he does a great job of covering the middle. Nine, 3-2. He just left that ball too elevated. He has really good reach at taking the balls out of the air on those dinks in the kitchen, but still have to keep them low and not pop them up. And a nice drive from Thunder Lopez. And a sizable lead at 11-3. It's a race to 15. This is a backdraw match, so it's just a 1 game to 15. Good hustle, and Cord went for the Ernie there, and I think it was just barely out of his reach. He still got a paddle on it, but couldn't get much power behind it. And then they were pulled way out of position, and his partner, Jason Peary, struggled to track that ball down. It's 13-3 now. Dawson Lopez just need 2 points to advance to the next round. And Rich tried to lob Cord on that shot. So that's another strength of Cord Robbins' game. He's very tall, and so if you try and lob him, it's just a difficult shot, and he has a long wingspan, so he's not an easy player to hit it over his head. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but it just makes it a little bit more challenging, and that one was too shallow. All right, so it would be second serve for Robbins. Peary down 13-3. Need to get a couple points here. And there's one. The winner of this match will face either Barry Peltz and Murray Garrett or Todd Murphy and Murphy Skirfield in the back draw. So both these teams lost their first round match, which means they're going to have to do some work to get into the bronze medal. What a shot. Great shot by Jason Peary. He was kind of sitting on it, but still great hand speed from him. And they now have 5 points, trying to get a couple more here. Oh, really good play. And some fantastic digs and great defense, and just barely came up short on that point. So it's 13-5. Oh, and the wind was really blowing on that point. And Cord tried to kind of balance his way over the kitchen line and hit that overhead. But I think the wind blew it more towards the net to where he was off balance when he hit it. Tough break. And there's the game, 15-5. So a really well-played match from Steve and Thunder. They are moving on. I think Cord Robbins and Jason Peary, they played pretty well as the match went on. If it would have been a 2-out-of-3 format, you know, could have gone either way. They started gelling late in the match, but they were just at too big of a deficit. So 15-5, Steve Dawson and Thunder Lopez are moving on. And we will probably have more matches here shortly. We'll see who we get assigned to our court next. There's definitely a lot of good senior pros in the draw. Some names of note. Paul Olin is here in Newport Beach. Matthias Johansson. Jamil Acha is in the draw. Dave Weinbach, of course, is very prominent in the senior pro draws. Mr. Scott Crandall, who's a California native, is here, of course. And he's playing with Merceau Morale, I think is how you pronounce his last name. Braindoc on Twitter, Instagram. And so he has had a lot of really good results at pro pickleball tournaments, and including the PPA events. And then Mills Miller is still in the winner's bracket. They are facing off against Dane Gingrich and Kevin Booth, which is our top-seeded team in men's doubles senior pro. We are here at the Takeya Showcase. It looks like we may get to see Mr. Dave Weinbach play on our court here. He's about to warm up with his partner, Kevin Booth, or sorry, Tao Tongva. And they await the winner of Scott Crandall and Merceau versus Paul Olin and Travis Rude. So we have 2 streams of coverage. Be sure to swap back and forth between the matches and watch all your favorite players. We have a championship court that's also being streamed on our Facebook and YouTube channels. Be sure and share the stream with your friends. Let people know about all the great pickleball action here on the PPA Tour. And we'll be back shortly with our next match. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it, haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Make me color, make me glow, make me glow, make me glow. Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those good vibrations.
That's a great point by Tyson dumping it.
I got that glow. I got that glow.
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
I never thought I would fall in love with the sport again. I want to get better and find others who will help my game grow. I want to compete, but I don't know where I stand.
With Duper, I'm getting an accurate rating by entering matches before I ever register for a tournament.
I can easily find other players, play fun competitive matches, and instantly know where I stand. I'm on my way to confidently becoming the best I can be. Pickleball has taken me to new heights with recreation, community, and health. I want to make every match count.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it, haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Pay me color, make me glow,
Tyson
make me
just
glow,
back
make me
at the
glow.
baseline.
Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those blue
That's a great point by Tyson dumping it.
I got that
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, PaddleTech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
we're back live from Newport, and it's been an awesome day of pickleball. We have we have a couple good draws going on. So Mixed Pro is working their way through the bracket. There was 27 teams in Mixed Pro, and then we have actually been streaming Men's Senior Pro on our Court 2 stream, so thank you guys for tuning into those matches. We were trying to bring you 2 courts of coverage all day from the Takeya Showcase. This is the PPA Tour where all the best players in the world attend and play in these tournaments. We have some of the coolest venues, and this specific venue hosts many major pickleball tournaments, and that is because they have 31 permanent pickleball courts. So there's plenty of courts. You can run some massive tournaments here in Newport Beach, and they're actually building 16 more. So hopefully pretty soon they're converting more of the tennis courts here into pickleball. They're planning on having 47 permanent pickleball courts at this facility. And when there's not tournaments happening here, there's a membership fee. So there's a club that plays at the Newport Beach Pickleball Club, and it's a monthly membership. I think it's $140 a month, or about $200 a family. I was talking to one of the founding members last night. They were up here playing rec play, and they said sometimes it's so hard to even find a court to play on, even though there's 31 courts. That there's so many people. This is such a popular spot, and there's no end to the growth in sight. So pickleball is it's just an incredibly exciting time to be associated with the sport right now, whether as a player, spectator, friend of someone that plays pickleball. It's really the hottest thing going right now. Everybody's kind of talking about the rise of pickleball and how life-changing it's been for a lot of people. All right, nice little first point. Some strong dinking and good patience being displayed. We'll see if the rest of this match will have those long, drawn-out points, very strategic type of play. It's 1-0, Mr. Steve Dawson to serve. And Steve comes up short on that drop shot. Steve is wearing the gray t-shirt and the Pro Connects gear. His partner's name is Thunder Lopez. He's wearing black shorts and a black shirt, black headband, playing with a gearbox paddle. And a footfall, eagle eye ref was watching the line. That was called on Scurfield, or at Scurf as he requested to be called. He did like a little spin move on the kitchen line, then his foot caught the line on the next one. And a missed third, so it's a very quick side out. Back to Thunder Lopez to serve at 1-0. Steve just kind of caught in no man's land. So he's got to be able to work his way up to the kitchen line. So it is currently 0-2-2. Scurf to serve. Some nice defense there, but could not get that ball reset. And they're trying to get it back to neutral. So when you're playing from the back line, sometimes you can force your opponents to make errors, but other times you're just trying to work your way up to the kitchen line, trying to get the point back to what a lot of people call neutral, where 4 players are at the kitchen line, playing really soft, dinking the ball. Nobody really has a huge advantage in the way the point is going. Whereas when you're playing from the back line, or if you're running through transition zone, there's a large statistical advantage from the team that is holding the ground at the no volley zone. So you always hear players say, you get to the line, need to get to the line. And Scurf misses that dink there. So a nice little lead here for Steve Dawson and Thunder Lopez. They jumped out to a big lead in their last match that we streamed, and it was really key, in these games of 15. If you can get that momentum early, it puts a lot of pressure on your opponents, because in these backdraw matches, if you lose, you're out. So it's not double elimination anymore. And so if you get down a big deficit in a game to 15, there's just a lot of pressure. Another dive, unbelievable. So we streamed one of Thunder Lopez's matches earlier, and he face forward dove for a ball that just like that, and he has a big scrape on his elbow to show for it. So after the last match, he was showing some of his buddies. He was like, yeah, look, they were asking him how his last match went. He has a huge scrape on his elbow from all the hustle and his head first dive that he went after a ball. And Steve's so good at placing his backhand where he wants it. (6-0-2). All right, so that's a big side out from Murph and Scurf. 0-6-1. Yeah, Thunder Lopez, after the game, I was telling him how impressed I was with his hustle and his diving skills. And he said, I don't want to dive, but it's just instinct, but it doesn't feel good. Especially you don't see too many senior pros laying out for points like that. And that's a nice little, it's a 1-2 punch, you see a lot of players do that. He did a good job of sliding over to the middle in order to speed up that forehand dink. And he got the pop-up that he wanted. And we have a foot fault called on Scurf. Before the match, I called him Mr. Scurfield, and he says, no, I'm not Mr. Scurfield, just call me Scurf. And that is maybe the third lob that I've seen Thunder Lopez hit that's just a little bit too shallow. He keeps going after those lobs, but there's a little bit of wind, and so it's just not getting enough depth when he tries to do it. He's getting slammed on. Zero, 6-1. And Murph got caught hanging out on the back line on that one, and he had to reach for that ball that was played really soft. And it forced the error. 0-6. Six 0-1. Steve Dawson serving. And he's just maybe a foot or two behind to where he can get that ball and attack it. If he would have been maybe a foot closer to the net, might have been able to punch that ball. All right, 7-0. We're getting close to switching sides at 8 in this game to 15. Murph and Scurf still trying to get on the scoreboard at 7-0. Wow, really good point. Some great hustle. Some really strong play there from these senior men's pro players. One 7-1. Thunder's hands are so quick. And that was a pretty tough serve there from Mr. Scarfield. He put the serve right where he wanted, and it had a lot of pace on it. And a missed service return. So very quickly, 2 quick points off of serve. He needs to continue to be really aggressive on his serve. Try and set up points that way. It's 4-7. That is a great example of when in pickleball, when you think you get a ball that you can just rip and attack, the other player can just block it at your feet, and then you just have no chance at it. You know, sometimes speeding the ball up, you often hear the team that speeds the ball up doesn't win the majority of the rallies. Sometimes you just don't have enough time to react. Whenever you're putting that much pace on the ball, it's going to come back just as fast. All right, so that is 8 points for Steve Dawson and Thunder Lopez. So we're switching sides at 8-5. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back after a word from our sponsors.
I love this game. The friends I've met along the way, the places it's taken me. This game is all about community. Duper is partnering up to grow the community, to bring accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Duper's rating system starts off with accuracy, setting up for success right from the beginning. That's how you make every match count.
Selkirk. All right, we're back in Newport Beach. This is the PPA Tour Takeya Showcase. So be sure if you love pickleball, either pro or amateur, check out the PPA Tour website and see all the upcoming tournaments that you can enter into. They try and go to different regions across the country, so there's very likely going to be a tournament either this year or next year close to your area that you live in. And then the tour is even going to branch out overseas eventually, and pickleball will become an international sport. The growth has really accelerated, so it's coming sooner rather than later. Pickleball is just getting started, and so the PPA Tour has been at the forefront of all this growth by providing structure to the game and really organizing the pro level and legitimizing it as a sport that people follow, and major networks are broadcasting it, and they just signed an agreement with Fox Sports, so the PPA Tour is going to be bigger and better than ever next year. You'll see it on Fox Sports, the championship Sundays that they're now doing. Some nice shots from Thunder. So they said they didn't see it, but five, 8-1. So they called it out, okay, and they sort of came to like a gentleman's agreement about that out call. So some good sportsmanship, I would say, from these four players. Sometimes it's so tough to call line calls like that, especially when it's hit really hard. It's just very difficult to see. And we have a side out at 8-5. So a pretty close game here as it's a race to 15. And I think that is Murphy's ball, even though it was maybe on Scurfield's side. Scurfield couldn't handle it with the backhand and cost him a point, so it's 9-5. And he just pushed that dink a little bit wide. So it'll be Thunder Lopez to serve now at 9-5. We've seen him have 2 dives for balls at this tournament. He's got a bloody elbow and also a little bit of blood on his leg, just a scrape from hustling and diving after the ball. It is 5-9-1. That's pretty good play from Murphy. It was a good third shot drop, and then his next dink pushed Steve Dawson back off the line, and Steve was kind of pulled off the line too much to where he missed his own dink short into the net. It's 6-9-2. That's tricky. They were definitely in each other's way on that overhead, and it caused Scurfield to miss it. Murphy's drop shots look really good. Murphy's wearing the maroon shirt, so if I was Lopez and Dawson, I would try and focus the service returns away from Murphy and make Scurfield hit the third shot drops or drives, because Murphy is able to get to the line very easily with some nice, crisp drop shots. (10-6-2). Wow, that was a very aggressive shot from Scurfield, and Thunder Lopez was definitely not expecting him to try and rip that backhand right at him cross court, and in his surprise couldn't get out of the way of a clear out ball. Ten, 6-10-2. What a third shot drive. That short return, and it bounced high enough for Schofield to really pound the third shot, and he did not miss. It's 7-10-2. He missed that one though. Difference with that is the service return wasn't quite as short, and he tried to rip it just like he ripped the previous one, but he's overhit it. So they just need one more stop to get the ball back. It's 10-7-2. It's a race to 15. We are in the back draw of men's senior pro doubles. Wow. Really good play. Awesome hands from Scurf. (7-10-1). And that ball tipped the top of the net, so it is a let serve, a replay on the PPA Tour. Really strong move to get to the line, put that ball home from Scurfield. He just trusted his partner's drive, and so he charged the line, and the drive was pretty good, so he got the next one to put away. It's 8-10. He did it again, and that third shot drive was a little bit elevated, but sometimes just the aggressiveness pays off. So look for Scurfield to continue to just charge the line, especially if his partner is hitting the return. Wow, great play. That nice run here for Murphy and Scurfield. It's 10-10. That was kind of an awkward dink for Scurfield, but he put a really sharp angle on it and forced the air from Thunder Lopez. We're going to have a word from our sponsors. We'll be back shortly.
I want to think about when I'm playing is cramping or if you're able to perform 100%. Last US Open, I was playing singles and I was feeling like my right calf was getting like really stiff. And I was just like, okay, how can I help my body to perform better? When I start taking Jigsaw products, I'm going to have energy, I'm going to have good endurance, and I don't have to worry about me being tired or I'm going to cramp, so I can just play 100%. You only have one body, so you need to take care of it.
Sure. All right, we're back live from the PPA Tour. We've got 2 streams of coverage all day long, so be sure to tune in to both streams. We have a championship court of mixed pro doubles being broadcast on our YouTube and Facebook pages, and if you're at work, if you miss any of the action, we are going to upload it onto YouTube for your viewing pleasure. This is our court 2 of coverage, and right now we have a really good match of men's senior pro doubles. It's kind of been a back and forth battle, and now we are locked at 10-10 in a tie. Murphy and Scurfield have all the momentum, but we have just had a timeout on the court, and sometimes everything changes after that. So we'll see who can win this race to 15 and advance through the back draw. The loser is knocked out of the tournament. And that is Murphy's third shot drives. They have been on in this match, and they now have the lead 11-10. 12-10, some good hustle from both teams. So look for Thunder Lopez to try and keep the service return away from the maroon shirt. He needs to hit the service return back to Scurfield because Murphy has just been drilling the thirds lately. Twelve, 10, 2. And another great third from Murphy. And so that was a very crisp, sharp third shot drop and earned a point, 13-10. And they can feel it now. It's 14-10. There's been a big momentum shift. That's tough. I think Steve tried to run around his backhand on that last service return. It's 15-10. Really well played match from both sides. Murphy and Scurfield are moving on. I think the difference was the third shot in that match. It could have gone either way, but once Murphy and Scurfield started hitting almost near perfect third shot drives and drops, they were able to control the point and take the lead. So they won 15-10, and they knocked out Steve Dawson and Thunder Lopez in a pretty valiant effort from Dawson and Lopez. Thunder Lopez had one head first dive at one point, and then he also dove for one earlier in the day. So he was really laying it all out there. And we will definitely have some more coverage here pretty soon as we get our next court assignment. And we'll just take a quick break and we'll bounce it to our sponsors, and we'll welcome you back for our next match here in just a second.
Selkirk's mission has always been to fuel the pickleball obsession found inside every player.
There is a growing community of pickleball players who consume as much pickleball content as they possibly can.
And that's why we are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. It's pickleball's original and only free TV app. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again, till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Pay me color, make me glow,
Tyson
make me
just
glow,
back
make me
at the
glow.
baseline.
Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those blue
That's a great point by Tyson Dumping.
I got that glow. I got that glow.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
I love this game. The friends I've met along the way, the places it's taken me. This game is all about community. Duper is partnering up to grow the community, to bring accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Duper's rating system starts off with accuracy, setting up for success right from the beginning. That's how you make every match count.
Selkirk's mission has always been to fuel the pickleball obsession found inside every player.
There is a growing community of pickleball players who consume as much pickleball content as they possibly can.
And that's why we are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. It's pickleball's original and only free TV app. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Go again until you strike just right. Until the ball sings. Until the other guy blinks. Until the court's clear and the sun sets. Until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss. Until you can't lose. Go again and again.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball. It's time to make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
All right, we're back live from Newport. This is the PPA Tour and the Takeya Showcase. So we have a women's senior pro doubles matchup coming at you right now. We're going to see Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm face off against Celeste Pafford and Paulson. They're just warming up right now. We'll get started in just a few minutes. We actually just saw Jennifer Dawson's husband play on this court several matches. And so I always love streaming the Dawson family. They're very prominent and have been involved in the sport for quite some time. So mom, dad, son, all play pro pickleball. I think they're kind of like the Moore family. So Scott Moore and Susan Moore and Daniel and Jonathan, they live in Colorado, and so they are all very involved in pickleball as well, with Scott Moore being one of the top senior pros. And then his son Daniel also has made waves on the pro circuit. And then they have another son that doesn't play as many tournaments, but Mr. Scott Moore has become involved in the business side of pickleball, kind of like the Dawsons. So Jennifer Dawson is wearing the black hat on the court and it's kind of a greenish tank top. And her whole family works at this venue called Bobby Riggs. And it's been around a long time for tennis in the California area. But they have a budding and booming pickleball club there where herself and her husband and also Callan Dawson teach a little pickleball, play a lot of pickleball, and just help promote and grow the sport here in California. So what we've seen is a lot of these tennis venues across the country have started to lag on their tennis attendance. So pickleball has created a new revenue stream, and these courts can easily be repurposed and they multiply. So if you have one tennis court, you can change it into 2 or 3 pickleball courts. So it just creates an opportunity for more revenue and also to serve more people. So sometimes you need more real estate to build a tennis court that might be used for singles tennis. And then pickleball, you can have 4 players on a court, and you can have 3 pickleball courts on 1 tennis court. So you're just serving more of the need of your community, and also creating like a social network by establishing a pickleball club in your town. So this is the second match of the day for Celeste Pafford and Jane Paulson. And Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm actually had a first round bye, so this will be their first match. It is currently 1:30 local time, so the women's senior pro doubles bracket was a little bit later in the day. We have been going through the mixed pro draw. There was 27 teams in mixed pro, and that is being streamed on our other PPA stream. So currently on YouTube, we're trying to bring you 2 courts of coverage live, and then we're also going to upload the footage for later viewing. And then we're live on Facebook as well. So be sure to follow the PPA Tour on all of our channels, Instagram, Facebook. Keep up with all the pro pickleball tournaments. There's going to be more and more on the schedule next year. Pickleball is just kind of getting started, so eventually we'll have international tournaments. Pickleball will become more of an international sport. And I know a lot of people have been talking lately about, with the Olympics on, when is pickleball going to be in the Olympics? And I think it will happen sooner rather than people think. I mean, pickleball's growth has been so explosive, and it's not stopping anytime soon. And once the markets sort of take hold, get note of pickleball in Asia, it's going to undergo that same type of growth. And we're going to get started here. So Dawson Wilhelm got the first serve and a quick side out. So Celeste Pafford serving now. Those are really good shots from Jennifer Dawson, pinning Celeste Pafford back. I was talking to Celeste before this match. She told me she's a former racquetball player, played college softball. Celeste is wearing the blue tank top and the aqua visor. Her partner is Jane Paulson. Zero, 0-2. Jennifer Dawson has a pretty big serve, gets a short return. All right, so Celeste is serving. She's a lefty, so they have that lefty-righty combo where both of their forehands are in the middle. We'll see if that can be an advantage. It's only their second tournament together, Pafford and Paulson, so not tons of experience together on the court. But they did win their first match against a pretty tough team. And this will be 2 out of 3 games. Since both teams are in the winner's bracket, this is Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm's first match of the day. They are the #1 seed, and they're up 1-0. There's only 6 teams in this women's senior pro doubles draw. But if you follow a lot of pro pickleball, you'll see some pretty familiar names. Chris Anderson is here in Newport Beach, Nathalie Bagby, Lisa Namu, Amy Yarbrough plays in a lot of PPA tournaments, and then this #1 seeded team of Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm are all pretty recognizable names. And that lob landed long, but it was pretty close, maybe a couple inches out. 0-1-2. That third shot drop is just too high. So it's a quick side out, 1-0-1. So Jennifer Dawson will serve now. She's going to serve to Celeste Pafford. Celeste is from Nevada area, and her partner, Jane Paulson, is a Oregon resident. And there's a ball on the court. There's also another women's senior pro doubles match on the court right next to us. It looks like Chris Anderson is over there. She's playing with Yvonne Ting, and they're playing Nathalie Bagby and Beth Bellamy on the court right next to us. 2-0-1. And a missed return, so you don't want to have too many of those. 3-0-1. That's a nice little drive there from Helen Wilhelm. So one of the benefits of playing in these small draws, so some of these women's pro draws are pretty small. There's just 6 teams in this one. But if Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm win this match, this is their first match of the day, they're in the gold medal match. So there's so much opportunity for so many female players out there. If you love pickleball, if you play a lot of pickleball, move up in the levels. We need more female players to enter into these events. And if you challenge yourself and step up to pro or 5-0, it'll just make you better. And the draws are pretty short, so we're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be back in about 60 seconds or so after a word from our sponsors.
Used to keep the mustard packages and pickle juice in my bag.
Just water.
Because I don't drink enough water, and most of the water I drink, I just pour on me.
Do you ever have any problems cramping out on the court?
Sometimes, yeah, and when it's hot.
I'm a big-time cramper.
Occasionally I do, yeah. Why do you think that is? Because I play hard.
This right here, the cocktail, the pickleball cocktail, is what saves me in my tournaments. Has saved me before, and it will continue to save me.
All right, we're back live, and Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm, they're the #1 seed. They have a 6-0 lead in this first game. It is a 2 out of 3 since both teams are in the winner's bracket. Zero, 6-1. That's a nice overhead from Helen Wilhelm. think Celeste missed an opportunity to take that drop shot out of the air. She let it bounce, and the ball kind of got behind her, and it forced a pop-up on the next one. So it's another point for Jennifer and Helen. It's 7-0. And that ball was out by about 6 inches or so. So a really sizable lead in this first game. Number 1 seed is kind of rolling, 8-0. All right, 9-0. It's 10-0-2. One more point. So historically, I would say most of the players that kind of treaded their way into the pro division had just come straight from tennis. A lot of female tennis players are finding pickleball, but we're starting to see some variance with that. I'm meeting a lot of players that are coming from golf or basketball. Celeste Pafford was a college softball player, and she's playing pro pickleball. So really any sports background will translate to pickleball, and doesn't necessarily have to be racket sports. So there's just an endless amount of people that will probably be hooked on pickleball as it keeps growing, and these draws are going to get bigger and bigger. So it's a really good time to get involved with pickleball, as we're kind of in the formulative stages of the Pro Tour. That's a nice little setup. So a little bit of momentum for Celeste and Jane Paulson. It's 2-10. All right, 3-10. Yeah, nothing to lose. When you're down 10-0, you can really just let it fly and relax. All right, 10-3-2. Jennifer Dawson to serve. I think they're switching balls here. There's a crack in the other Dura. The PPA Tour, they play with the Dura Fast 40. It's really preferred among a lot of the pro players and amateurs alike. So if you are practicing for a PPA tournament, be sure to get some games in with the Dura Fast 40. That way you're used to the pace and speed of the pickleball. Some great shots there from Celeste, and a little run here. It's 4-10, 5-10. So down 10-0, Celeste Pafford and Jane Paulson are just hanging tough, battling back. It's 6:10. We have a timeout and a word from our sponsors. We'll be back shortly.
Jackpot. Hurry up. Their lunch break is almost over.
Ben, Irina. Are you guys almost done? We gotta get that new fruit punch flavor ready to ship.
Sure thing, Carissa. We were almost finished.
Good, we got a lot of orders to fill. Why are you guys wearing ski masks? It's like 110 degrees out.
Bad hair day?
Mm-hmm. Always goofing around.
All right, we're back. This could be an epic comeback. It's 6-10 now. They were down 10-0, and so they're just battling, keep fighting, never give up. It's 6-10. And she almost got that one, but I think it trickled outside of the line, so it's going to be second server. That would have been a huge break, though. That was a pretty good point. Some nice hands displayed from Celeste Pafford. You can see how she's used to the pace. She used to play college softball, so I feel like that would really help with your hand speed at the line. And going with a lob into the wind, probably ill-advised there. The wind is gusting a little bit in the face of Helen Wilhelm and Jennifer Dawson, about 10 miles an hour, so very, very tricky to lob into those conditions. But there's the game, and Jennifer with her pretty accurate two-handed backhand drive to close it out, 11-6. We're going to take an in-between game break, and we'll be back shortly with some more pickleball. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for tuning into our coverage of the Takeya Showcase. We are in Newport Beach, California on the PPA Tour. A really nice venue with 31 permanent pickleball courts here in Newport Beach. So one of the cool things about the PPA Tour is not only do they go to cool venues, they also go to really cool cities. So if you come to a tournament, it can also be like a little vacation. I see a lot of families bring their spouse, bring their kids. Everybody enters into the tournament at the PPA Tour. We have amateur divisions as well as the highest of the high-level pros playing at these tournaments side by side. There was a ball on the court, and so we will have to replay that point. 0-0-1. Ball sailed out, so it's a side out. The ball will go back to Celeste Pafford. Celeste is a lefty, so some people really like playing with lefties, and others, it kind of throws people off because they're so used to playing with righties. A glass bottle has came onto the court, and so they want to make sure that there's not we're just going to take a quick break, and we'll resume shortly.
Meet the ultimate pickleball paddle, designed in Silicon Valley, using state-of-the-art technology based on data collected from the paddles of thousands of players. We use a Japanese carbon fiber called Toray for the surface, the best on the market due to its tensile strength and power, the innate fine-grained texture.
Okay, sorry for the break in the action. There was a glass bottle that actually broke on the court, and so players were concerned that it would be hazardous to the play. But we've got it all cleaned up, and we're back for some more pro pickleball. We've got 4 excellent women players on the court. And we are in game number 2. Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm, our number 1 seed, took the first game 11-6. And that one's not coming back. Jennifer and Helen had first game, they were up 10-0. And then Celeste Pafford and Jane Paulson kind of battled back and ended up scoring 6 points. But we have a fresh new game here in game 2. And they're already off to a better start at 1-1. So the wind has really picked up here in Newport Beach. It is at Jennifer and Helen Wilhelm's back about 10 to 15 miles an hour, so it is affecting the ball just a little bit. And maybe that's why that service return went long. She overhit it into with the wind at her back. It is now 2-1-2 after a missed serve there from Jane Paulson. And a little bit of miscommunication there between Jennifer and Helen about who was going to take that ball in the middle. It is 3-1-2. That was a really good dink from Helen Wilhelm. If she can get into those backhand dinking rallies, that would be really key. I think that's a very strong suit of hers. 1-3-1. Jennifer has such a strong forehand. She puts that one away. It's 2-3. just a half second too late on that one. She was just waiting on the ball, and it kind of floated on her. And then when she pounced on it, just hit it right into the net. So a good start for Jane and Celeste. They're up 4-2. It was a nice little point. So Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm are our #1 seed in this 6-team women's pro doubles draw. And as a result of having a bye in the first round, they just have to win one match to get into the gold. So another good shot from Jennifer. They are going to have to get through Celeste and Jane Paulson first, though, in order to make it to the gold medal match. 2-4-1. Those are nice shots by Celeste and Jane, pushing Jennifer and Helen back, keeping them from working their way towards the no volley zone line. Four, 2-2. Jennifer's so good at rolling over those dinks. Even if they bounce kind of low, she just really kind of lifts them over the net and generates a little bit of top spin to make them dive. It's such a good shot that she has in her arsenal from her forehand side. Two, 4-2. And Helen was pretty aggressive getting to the line on that one, but she couldn't handle the pace when she tried to hit that backhand. Hits it long. It's 4-2-1. So Jane and Celeste, I think in this second game, have decided we're going to focus all the balls towards Helen. They're trying to keep it away from Jennifer, especially when they're playing from the back line. They're really trying to focus the ball away from Jennifer. We have a side out. It's 4-2-1. Celeste Pafford serving now. Celeste is living in the Nevada area, and her partner, Jane Paulson, is from Oregon. So these two players don't live super close to where they can just play with each other all the time. This is only their second tournament together. Jane actually missed that serve long, so it's a side out, but a timeout first. So we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Thanks for tuning in.
Happy birthday, Matt.
Aw, thanks, Lucy. Oh, wow.
And another one.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
I have one more surprise for you.
Okay. Oh, come on. I love it, babe!
All right, we're back live from Newport Beach, California. We really appreciate everybody tuning in to our live coverage of the Takeya Showcase, one of the bigger tournaments on the PPA Tour. There's over 800 players registered for this event. And during that timeout, one of the players on the court, Helen, was getting some coaching from her husband, which is always one of the best coaches to have in your corner. And a quick winner there gets a point, so it's 3-4. So possibly the timeout that Helen called could shift the momentum back to Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm's favor. Four, 4-2. What a good overhead from Jennifer Dawson. She kind of makes it look easy, but overheads like that are pretty challenging for a lot of players, and it's just a shot that she has worked hard on, perfected, years in experience and repetition to be able to hit overheads that accurate and that strong. Beautiful shot, Jennifer Dawson. 5-4-2. And a little bit of a wind gust may have messed with her on that serve. It's blowing a little bit behind her back. It comes and goes, but currently it's about 10 to 15 miles an hour. 4-5-2. Jane Paulson serving to Helen Wilhelm now in the second game. Whoever wins this match will actually be in the gold medal match, and they await the winner of Chris Anderson and Yvonne Ting. They are currently on the court right next to us in the other semifinal. Chris Anderson and Yvonne Ting are facing off Beth Bellamy and Nathalie Bagme. So whoever wins that match is also in the gold medal. And that's a tricky shot for Helen. She's kind of in no man's land, transition zone, driving a ball that there's not much room to work with when you're that close to the net. You either have to hit a lot of topspin or hit it right at someone, or else you might hit it too long, and that's what she did. Another awesome shot from Jennifer Dawson. One of her best of the match so far, and it gives them the lead at 6-5. So a big side out there. Don't want to let Jennifer and Helen get too much of a lead in this second game. You're down one game, so Celeste and Jane trying to fight to force a third. Wow, what a point. That's the best point of the match so far, yeah. Love it. Just shows how high level these four female players are, that they can have rallies like that. What a great point. 6-6-1. right, I think that ball might have tipped the top of the net. It was tough for me to see, but it really threw Celeste Pafford off. And so we have a second server now at 6-6-2. That ball definitely hit the top of the net, and so we will just replay it on the PPA Tour. No let serves here at the pro level. And serve will go back to Helen Wilhelm at 6-6. Beautiful shot from Helen Wilhelm. I think Celeste Pafford's shot before that was just a little bit too conservative, and it gave Helen an opportunity to rip the next one. So 7-6, we're going to take a quick timeout on the court. So a word from our sponsors. We'll be back shortly.
Disponível no Brasil. Obrigada, iHerb.
Pickleball cocktail ya está disponible aquí en México. Gracias a iHerb.
Le Pickleball Cocktail est maintenant disponible en France. Merci iHerb.
Pickleball cocktail теперь можно пить в России. Спасибо, iHerb.
Pickleball cocktail. Teraz dostupný už je na Slovensku. Ďakujeme, iHerb.
Pickleball cocktail now available in over 150 countries. Thanks, iHerb.
All right, we're back for the rest of game 2 to see if we can have a game 3. Celeste Pafford and Jane Paulson are trying to fight against Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm. Wow, that's just great pickle, guys. I mean, the pickleball has gotten better and better as the match has gone on. And another good point. 7-6-2. And a side out, so 6-7-1. Celeste Pafford now to serve. I think Celeste and Jane have become familiar throughout this match with the style that's going to be played by Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm. They know Helen is going to try and drive most of the balls. She loves to hit her forehand. And so they just kind of adjust to the pace. They know that she's going to try and drive the ball. There's not as much deception. Second server. And Jennifer Dawson does have a very good serve, and she earns a point. She earns a point, so now it's 8-6-1. Second server now, 8-6-2, Helen Wilhelm trying to close out this second game. After taking the first one, Jennifer and Helen are fighting to get into the gold medal match. So I think that point was kind of set up by a strong serve from Celeste. If she can continue to have those well-paced, deep serves, it might pay off for them to take this second game. That lob did not work. Both Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm have very strong overheads. So trying to lob this duo might not be the best strategy. They haven't missed any overheads, and strong tennis backgrounds from both players. So we have a side out at 8-7-1. Nine, 7-1 now. Jennifer and Helen trying to close it out, get into that gold medal match. They're 1 point away. It's 10-7-1. We're going to have a brief timeout, so we'll be back shortly for more Pro Pickleball from the PPA Tour.
Thanks for calling Dukes of Health. This is Ben. How can I help you? I'm sorry, she's not in today. I agree. She is an excellent pickleball player. I believe it's Jardim. No, I'm not sure how to pronounce it either. Yes, her picture is on the front of the bag. Okay, how many bags would you like to order? I'm not sure we have that many.
All right, guys, so I just got an update on the draw, and on the other side of the semifinal, Nathalie Bagby and Beth Bellamy are into the gold medal final. They will face the winner of this one. So one ticket to the final of the women's senior pro doubles match has already been punched. And that's Beth Bellamy and Nathalie Bagby. We're waiting to see who their opponent will be. And it's going to be Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm. And all smiles after that match and a hug. These ladies are, it's all about having fun, making friends. It is a very competitive sport, but you love to see good sportsmanship. And we are going to see Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm play against Beth Bellamy and Nathalie Bagby in the gold medal final. But Celeste Pafford and Jane Paulson are just going to drop back into the consolation bracket. They will have a chance to get a bronze medal. The PPA Tour has kind of changed the format where there's no back draw to get into the gold medal. So they will continue to fight and possibly get the bronze medal. So we really appreciate everybody tuning in. We actually have 2 courts of coverage going on all day on the PPA Tour. We have a championship court being streamed, and I am going to check it out right now and see who's playing. I know the Mixed Pro draw is winding down. They're getting down to the semifinals. But all the best players in the world are here playing Mixed Pro, and then genders tomorrow, men's pro doubles as well as women's pro doubles. So we will have more coverage soon as we await our next court assignment, and we'll be back soon with some more of the Takeya Showcase. Thanks for tuning into our streams.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
Meet the ultimate pickleball paddle, designed in Silicon Valley, using state-of-the-art technology based on data collected from the paddles of thousands of players. We use a Japanese carbon fiber called Toray for the surface, the best on the market due to its tensile strength and power. The innate fine-grained texture grips the ball, resulting in highly precise controlled shots and incredible spin. The core of the paddle uses a proprietary honeycomb technology, resulting in pitch-perfect weight distribution, gets you the perfect edge-to-edge sweet spot. Unlike the flat dead-end hits from paddles of the past, get the Electrum Pro and join the sports revolution with an edge above the rest.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Duper is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Duper the go-to pickleball rating system. From rec play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
Meet the ultimate pickleball paddle, designed in Silicon Valley, using state-of-the-art technology based on data collected from the paddles of thousands of players. We use a Japanese carbon fiber called Toray for the surface, the best on the market due to its tensile strength and power. The innate fine-grained texture grips the ball, resulting in highly precise controlled shots and incredible spin. The core of the paddle uses a proprietary honeycomb technology, resulting in pitch-perfect weight distribution, gets you the perfect edge-to-edge sweet spot. Unlike the flat dead-end hits from paddles of the past, get the Electrum Pro and join the sports revolution with an edge above the rest.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Duper is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Duper the go-to pickleball rating system. From rec play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
Meet the ultimate pickleball paddle, designed in Silicon Valley, using state-of-the-art technology based on data collected from the paddles of thousands of players. We use a Japanese carbon fiber called Toray for the surface, the best on the market due to its tensile strength and power. The innate fine-grained texture grips the ball.
All right, we're back live. Thanks for tuning in to our streams today. We have 2 courts of coverage, and we're about to bring you a women's senior pro doubles match. This is going to be 1 game to 15, and we have someone that's very prominent on the women's senior pro tour, Lisa Namu. Her partner in today's tournament is Jen Lissandro from Rockford, Illinois. And so it's actually their first time playing together. Jen Lissandro is a real up-and-comer from the Midwest area, and she's found an awesome partner today, Lisa Namu. But they were defeated in the first round of the draw by Nathalie Bagby and Beth Bellamy. And so they're put into the back draw, fighting to possibly get into the bronze medal match. They are going to have to get past Celeste Pafford and Jane Paulson, who just came off the court against Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm. So after beating Celeste Pafford and Jane Paulson, they won their first round 11-0, 11-2 by defeating Amy Yarborough and Janet Brister, and they played very well in that match, winning 11-0, 11-2. And then they had to play the number 1 seed, Jennifer Dawson and Helen Wilhelm, and it started pretty bad. They were down 0-10 at one point, but battled back to lose the first game 11-6, and then the second game was pretty competitive as well, 11-7. All right, so a side-out ball will go to Jen and Lisa. And so that's the backstory of the tournament so far. Both these teams, this is their first losers bracket match. Jen Lissandro serving now to Celeste Pafford. And a nice drop from Jennifer Lissandro, and Celeste hits it into the net. So a 1-0 lead for Jennifer Lissandro and Lisa Namu. A 2-0 lead. One thing you'll notice about Lisa Namu, she's very lanky. She's tall, has a good wingspan, and she has some good strokes. She played professional tennis. I was reading her biography before this match. She played 47 years of tennis, and then she found pickleball and fell in love with this sport. So hopefully another couple decades of pickle for her. Just love to see it. And that's a really good spot from Jane Paulson. Puts it to where Jennifer Lissandro could not dig it up. So it's a side out at 0-2-1. Nice little winner there from Lisa Namu, putting that high ball away. Second server. It's interesting. Jen is really favoring her backhand. I think she could maybe try and play a little bit more soft. She wants to rip those, but the team she's playing has pretty good hands. So we'll see if she tries to slow it down at all. 2-2-2. And that was set up by a really good return from Lisa Namu. If you hit a really strong, deep return like that, you'll get a third shot pop-up that you can put away. 2-2-1. All right, so a very quick side out, and the ball will go back to Celeste Pafford. Celeste is a lefty, playing with a righty. Her partner is wearing the white shirt, white hat. So they both have their forehand in the middle. That one sailed long, so it's 3-2 lead. And they're also putting Jane on the left-hand side whenever Celeste is serving from the left as well. So keeping those double forehands, probably the ideal strategy. Two, 3-1, Jennifer Losandro serve. That was the right idea, but I think it went just a little bit wide. I know Jen would love to have that shot back. 2-3-2. Wow, what a shot from Lisa. Finding the hole in the defense. It's 3-3. Winner of this match will actually be in our bronze medal match, and they would await the winner of Chris Anderson and Yvonne Ting versus Amy Yarbrough and Yannette Brister. They are currently playing as well. So both of these partnerships are relatively new for Celeste and Jane. It's their second tournament ever together, and then Jen Losandro and Lisa Namu, it's their first. So definitely experience can play a factor sometimes in your tournament results and how comfortable you are with your partner on the court. The familiarity of where each other's going to be can be such a difference maker. Some players you just play better with than others. Three, 3-1, Lisa Namu serving. Wow, Lisa being really active on some of those balls. Doing a nice job trying to score that point. It is 4-3. Lisa has such good reach and wingspan that she can cover a lot of the court if she wants to. Five, 3. And that was a really good setup by Jen Lisandro. She set up that point by hitting that dink down the line. It was a pretty good little dink. And then they finished it off. And we have a timeout at 6-3. We'll be back after a word from our sponsors, a hydration break coming your way.
Grab the tape and then pull.
All right, guys. Great job, everyone. Let's pack up and call it a day. Catherine?
Almost done, boss. Almost done.
All right. See you later. Morning, Catherine.
Good morning.
Wow, you don't know when to quit, do you?
Nope.
Awesome.
Hey, take it slow, parento. You're making the rest of us look bad.
All right, welcome back to our coverage of the women's senior pro doubles draw here at the Takeya Showcase. We're in Newport Beach. It's absolutely gorgeous right now. The sun has came out. It's about 75 or so degrees, and the wind has died down. It's like paradise out here. So if you ever get a chance to come to a PPA tour event, typically the venues are beautiful. It's in beautiful locales. So check out the schedule at ppatour.com and find out if you can make it to any of our upcoming tournaments. All right, so we're actually going to switch sides because they have 8 points. They're just playing a race to 15, so we'll be back in just a second. All right, welcome back to our coverage of this back draw match. The winner of this one will be in the bronze medal match of women's senior pro doubles. Just barely missed that one wide. It was a great idea. Almost hit her spot down the line for a winner, but just barely out. So we are still at 8-3-2. Jennifer Lisandro from Rockford, Illinois, serving. And you can see the strength that Jennifer Lisandro can get on her backhand drive. It's kind of like a full body movement. She really engages her core, and that's how she can generate a lot of power. Whereas Lisa is a little bit more finesse. Jennifer is just a lot of power and torque that she can generate both forehand and backhand side. It's 3-8. All right, so it's a side out. Lisa and Jen are going to try and extend their lead. Trying to get off 8 here. Some really good hands from Jane Paulson. That's one of the tricky things. You know, Jen is bringing a lot of pace, but Celeste and Jane are handling it really well. Except on that one, that was a really good point for Jen and Lisa. It's 9-3. And now a lot of momentum for Lisa and Jen. It's 10-3 and a timeout trying to get back into this match. They're down 10-3. We'll be back in just a second.
Hey, Ben, come here.
Hey, Danny.
Hey, check this out.
Oh, cool.
Oh, no. It's not the final product. Our graphics department is still working on it. But you're gonna love this. These are awesome.
Is this really necessary for pickleball, Danny? It's just 1 ounce of plastic.
Ben, trust me, you're in a professional sport where people are trying to hit you. You need all the protection you can get. Safety first, because plastic hurts.
Yeah, but...
Just remember our motto, watch your blind side or you'll be on your hind side.
All right, thanks, Danny. Later, Gator.
All right. Go Gators!
All right, welcome back to our coverage. This is a race to 15. Lisa Namu is playing with Jennifer Lisandro. They're playing Celeste Pafford and Jane Paulson. That ball sailed just a little bit long, so it is a side out. 3-10, and Celeste and Jane need to get some momentum going. Cannot let this lead get any bigger in this game to 15. Second server, so if you would like to follow along the draw, be sure to tune in, pickleballtournaments.com to see all the different divisions that are playing today. Mixed Pro Doubles is also going on. We have 2 courts of streaming coverage. And so 0 points for Celeste and Jane on that possession. The ball goes back to Jen Lisandro, serving at 10-3. And a missed service return, so 11-3. So tomorrow we'll be bringing you action from men's pro doubles as well as women's pro doubles. It's one of the best days of all the tournaments. And that's an expert level lob from Lisa Namu. They can smell the finish line. It's 13-3. So this is Lisa and Jennifer Lisandro's first tournament together, and sometimes that can be very, very tough trying to gel on the court. So their first round match did not go their way. They lost 11-3, 11-1, but they have had a much better match this round, up 13-3-2. And when Lisa gets those high balls, she's just so good at putting it away. She generates a lot of power and really hits her spots. So it is 14-3, and I think the ball went onto an adjacent court. So we're just waiting for the retrieval. The winner of this match will actually be in the bronze medal match, and they await the winner of Chris Anderson, Yvonne Ting versus, actually my draw just updated. So Chris Anderson and Yvonne Ting are in the bronze medal match, awaiting the winner of this one. And there it is, 15-3. So very well played match from Lisa Namu and Jennifer Lisandro. They bounced back from a first round loss in their first tournament together. They played very well in the second round to work their way into the bronze medal match. And they have another tough one next, so they're going to play Chris Anderson and Yvonne Ting. So hopefully we'll get that match to be able to stream for you guys. We have 2 different courts of coverage going on right now. Be sure and tune in, bounce back and forth if you'd like to both of our streams. And if something comes up and you can't stay tuned in, we are going to upload all the footage for your future viewing pleasure. And then we also have a PPA tournament coming up next week. Everybody's going to be in Denver, Colorado at the Rocky Mountain Championships. Cannot wait for that. Be sure and check out ppatour.com for all the upcoming tournaments. See which ones you can come check out if you've never been to a PPA Tour tournament. The atmosphere is electric, and it's just an unbelievable time at all these tournaments. Great players and a lot of fun. So be sure and check out pickleballtournaments.com or PPA Tour if you want to follow along with all the upcoming tournaments. And we really appreciate everybody tuning in. We'll be back with some more live pickleball here in just a second.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Duper is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Duper the go-to pickleball rating system. From Rec Play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
Meet the ultimate pickleball paddle, designed in Silicon Valley, using state-of-the-art technology based on data collected from the paddles of thousands of players. We use a Japanese carbon fiber called Toray for the surface, the best on the market due to its tensile strength and power. The innate fine-grained texture grips the ball, resulting in highly precise controlled shots and incredible spin. The core of the paddle uses a proprietary honeycomb technology, resulting in pitch-perfect weight distribution, gets you the perfect edge-to-edge sweet spot. Unlike the flat dead-end hits from paddles of the past, get the Electrum Pro and join the sports revolution with an edge above the rest.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Duper is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Duper the go-to pickleball rating system. From rec play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
More bad news today out of Washington, as if the year hadn't given us enough already.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours. Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball. It's time to make every match count.
Meet the ultimate pickleball paddle, designed in Silicon Valley, using state-of-the-art technology based on data collected from the paddles of thousands of players. We use a Japanese carbon fiber called Toray for the surface, the best on the market due to its tensile strength and power. The innate fine-grained texture grips the ball, resulting in highly precise, controlled shots and incredible spin. The core of the paddle uses a proprietary honeycomb technology, resulting in pitch-perfect weight distribution, gets you the perfect edge-to-edge sweet spot. Unlike the flat dead-end hits from paddles of the past, get the Electrum Pro and join the sports revolution with an edge above the rest.
I never thought I would fall in love with the sport again. I want to get better and find others who will help my game grow. I want to compete, but I don't know where I stand.
With Duper, I'm getting an accurate rating by entering matches before I ever register for a tournament.
I can easily find other players, play fun competitive matches, and instantly know where I stand. I'm on my way to confidently becoming the best I can be. Pickleball has taken me to new heights with recreation, community, and health. I want to make every match count.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball. It's time to make every match count.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it, haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Pay me color, make me glow,
Tyson forgot
make
it
me
just
glow,
back
make me
at the
glow.
baseline.
Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those good
That's a great point by Tyson dumping it.
I got that glow.
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
I never thought I would fall in love with the sport again. I want to get better and find others who will help my game grow. I want to compete, but I don't know where I stand.
With Duper, I'm getting an accurate rating by entering matches before I ever register for a tournament.
I can easily find other players, play fun competitive matches, and instantly know where I stand. I'm on my way to confidently becoming the best I can be. Pickleball has taken me to new heights with recreation, community, and health. I want to make every match count.
Okay. We are back live from Newport Beach, and this is a really treat match to bring to you guys. We have Dane Gingrich and Kevin Booth in the bronze medal match, and they're facing off against California native Scott Crandall and Mirso Moriau. It's a really tough last name to pronounce. I'm going to try and get clarification on that, so I hope I don't mess up his last name. Also known as Brainsdock Pickleball on Instagram. He's a well-known physician that travels to all these pro tournaments and has become one of the top players in the senior pro division. So he's teaming up with Scott Crandall today. And they are taking on Dan Gingrich and Kevin Booth in the bronze medal match. So at the PPA Tour, there's not typically a back draw to get into the gold medal match. So both of these teams have one loss, and they are playing for bronze. So it'll be a 2 out of 3 format. So we're kind of in Scott Crandall's backyard. He lives out here near coastal California, and he gets to practice with all the good players that live in this region. You know, DJ Young, Jesse Irvine, Jeffrey Warnick. That is kind of Scott Crandall's normal crew. And so he's always playing with a bunch of high-level pickleball players, and that's really helped his game when you can practice against the best. Some nice hands there from Merceau. It is 1-0. And Scott will be serving. Looks like they're going to stack as Scott is a lefty on the court. His Twitter handle is SoCalLefty. So he's from Southern California, and that was pretty aggressive there by Dr. Merceau. Just missed. I think he was going to try and hit Kevin Booth with that speed up. Zero, 1-1. That is perfect form on that backhand roll. And it's kind of deceptive. He just kind of keeps his center of gravity low. He could either punch it straight away, he could inside out that ball, try and go down the line, or he could just cross court dink it back. A lot of options for Dan Gingrich on that shot. We're going to see some really phenomenal hands battles in this match. These are 4 really good pickleball players. So speed it up at your own risk, because these players can handle pretty much any amount of pace, and they're going to be ready. It's 2-1-1. And a missed service return. 3-1. And Scott almost got that ball over Dane's head. He was really in trouble as he got pulled off the line. And we have just a quick timeout as Crandall and Merceau have a 4-1 lead. We'll be back shortly. Hydration break.
Did you remember to bring everything you need for the tournament?
Yep, all the essentials. My lucky paddle.
Great.
First aid kit.
Mm-hmm.
Canada's finest.
Catherine, did you remember the most important one?
Obviously.
Just making sure.
Oh, shoot. I think I forgot Mr.
I didn't forget.
Thanks, Coach. Je t'aime, Monsieur Pickle.
All right, we're back at 1-4. Kevin Booth serving to Mircha. All right, so Scott Crandall and Mircha are down 1-5-1, and Dane and Kevin are up 5-1. In this first game, it's a 2-out-of-3 format. And that one was actually a little bit predictable from Dane Gingrich. Scott read it like a book, knew he was going to try and punch that ball straight away, and was ready to deflect it back. So it's 2-5-1, and Mircha serving to Kevin Booth. And a nice little winner down the line. All right, so a third shot winner from Mircha. 3-5-1. That is so tough. Kevin Booth kind of popped up the dink, and Mircha said, okay, that's a good one I need to attack. But the hand speed is just so good from Dane and Kevin that even when you get an attackable ball, it may not play in your favor because the other team is just too quick. So you have to be deceptive like that, right? So Mircha, that ball was pretty low. Most people might just dink it back, but just a really quick flick of the wrist surprised Dane Gingrich there, and he wasn't ready for that speed up. That's too beautiful. What a shot by Scott Crandall. Wow, what a highlight. Perfect patience, waiting on that ball to come wide enough to where he could get it around the post. And even with the referee there, he just snuck it past her with a near perfect backhand ATP. What a shot. That's what you're going to get at the PPA Tour. It's all the best players in the world, even the senior pros. It's the best of the best, and it's just high-level pickleball. So we appreciate you guys tuning in as we bring you 2 courts of coverage from the Takeya Showcase. We have a side out at 5-5-1. And a missed dink there, and Kevin Booth takes off his sunglasses. He wants to be able to see the ball just a little bit sharper, so he's taking off those shades. 5-5-2. All right, so and Dane's not happy with that one. 5-5-1. And that ball tipped the top of the net, so no chance for Mircha to get it off the deflection from the tape. This has been a great match already, and we get 2 out of 3 games in this bronze medal match. Some cat-like reflexes from both teams. And I really like how Scott Crandall was looking to be aggressive. He takes the center of the court and he's trying to rip those forehands that he can get his hands on. And he generates so much pace and he's so quick. They've built a little lead here. It's 7-5. And a timeout, actually. So they're going to need a hydration break. And we're going to have a word from our sponsors. We'll be back shortly.
Beat Simone. Beat Simone.
You're gonna need this.
Thanks, Ben. Well, hey, Simone. All yours.
All right, welcome back to our coverage of the men's senior pro doubles bronze medal match. We have two awesome, very talented teams here in Newport Beach playing for bronze. And that's kind of crafty there from Kevin Booth. He just picks his spot and hits it. It's a side out at 5-7. This is game one and a 2 out of 3 playing for bronze. Oh, perfect idea from Murchow. And I think he's challenging the call of out on that one, and ref said it was in, I think, so it's 5-7-2. All right, so a side out at 7-5. That was such a good dig by Scott Crandall. Just keep that ball alive, make them hit one more shot, and then they miss the overhead. So Scott Crandall's unbelievable little dig there earns them a point. It's 8-5. Couldn't get that one though. It's second server, 8-5-2. All of these players have had a lot of success on the Pro Tour. They play in many PPA tournaments, so they're pretty familiar with each other. You know, a lot of these pro players, when they travel across the country, sometimes they will just travel strictly to practice pro pickleball, so they'll reach out to people that they know, people they've played against, say, hey, I want to come stay with you a couple days and play some matches and get ready for an upcoming tournament. And pickleball has really connected a lot of people in our community across the nation, and friendships have been formed in all different areas of the country, as pickleball has been such a conduit to building friendships and community. It's 8-5-1. And that's the second point in a row that Kevin has hit kind of a really soft push dink towards Murchow's backhand. So it looks like they're trying to angle their dinks and keep Murchow's honest down the line by hitting it soft to his backhand. Yeah, just like that. Back to the well. And Murchow is extremely fast at making adjustments. So if they keep the same strategy, he'll adjust very quickly. And it won't work for long, especially at the senior pro level. Wow, what athleticism for Murchow. Hits the Ernie and then slams the overhead from out of bounds. 8-5-1. That was a pretty backhand drop, but Kevin with an even better speed up, he just popped it right at Mirchow. It's too hot to handle, so it's going to be second server. Really good shot from Mirchow. It's 9-5-2. They're trying to close out this first game, move on to game 2. That way they get closer to the bronze medal. And you know, for a long time there wasn't much prize money in pickleball, so players were playing for that podium. You know, everybody wants to be on that podium. That's what these players are fighting for today, along with some prize money. Oh man, wow. Mirchow flashing some really good athleticism and quickness. It was a delayed movement to try and track down that overhead. He thought Scott was going to go back and get it. Scott kind of froze, and then Mirchow somehow tracks it down. That guy's fast. Wow, just unbelievable hand speed. I mean, those are picture-perfect speed-ups. I'm not sure how Dane can do any better attacking that ball. He went straight away right at Scott, and wow, what a good pickleball point that was. These are 4 elite-level men's senior pro players, and that's why they're in the bronze medal match. So Gingrich and Booth are trying to fight back in this first game. It's 5-9-2. And he came up short on that one. So Scott and Mirchow will have a chance to close out this first game. It's 9-5-1. And so that's an example of how Scott knew that the drop shot was too high, right? But he still charged into the line anyway, looking to attack the next one. You see a lot of players, they just go for it. Ten, 5-2. They did a really good job of adjusting to that ball. And so they fought off one match point. And it will be a side out at 5-10. Mr. Dane Gingrich to serve here. And Dane is kind of known for the amount of power that he can get on his two-handed backhand. His forehand as well, but it's kind of like a 1-2 punch, right? He can go forehand and then swing back with his backhand if it comes back at him. So he's always been known for someone that can really rip that two-handed backhand. It's become a lot more prominent in today's game, the two-hander. Six, 10-2. All right, so we'll have another game point opportunity for Scott and Mirchow. Scott has done a really good job of providing variance on his serves. He's got a couple different options that he uses, a couple spin serves, one that's kind of a looping serve. And that was a pretty good dinking rally, but Mircha, he didn't stay in it long enough. I think he should have kept dinking it back to Dane's backhand. Tried to go straight away at Kevin. It looked like he might have changed his mind about where he wanted to go, and he popped it up. And there's a ball on the court, so we'll just have to replay it at 10-6-2. All right, so another match point fought off by Dane Gingrich and Kevin Booth. They'll have a chance to work their way back down 6-10-1. Kevin Booth to serve. That's a great spot. So they trapped him when he was trying to get to the no volley zone line, and he tries to absorb that contact and get that reset. But it's just a really tough shot. You see Scott Crandall, he'll come in on those shots and just try and rip the ball, right? He'll just charge the kitchen line anyway, whereas Kevin tried to hit more of like a soft reset, plant his feet. Both strategies typically work. It's just a tough shot. A nice shot by Mircha there, so it's back to Scott and Mircha at 10-6-1, trying to close out this first game. All right, so they keep fighting off match points, and they have the serve back. Kevin, 6-10-1, backhand serve. And a ball actually came over onto the court, so we'll just have to redo it. Wow, Dane took that ball. It was really low and just popped it right at Scott. And Scott overhit the return, so it's 7-10. Oh, great hands from Kevin Booth there. Very soft hands. Very tough to not pop those balls up, especially when Mircha's hitting as hard as he was. It's 9-10-2. got away with one there. All right, 10-10. They fought off, I don't know, 3 or 4 match points, and they now have the lead 11-10. It was 10-6 at one point. Wow, 12-10. Dane Gingrich finishes it off with a backhand around the post. What a comeback, 12-10. Phenomenal first game. We have 2 more possibly. We'll see if Scott and Mircha can force a third game. We're going to take a game break. We'll be back in maybe 60 seconds or so for some more awesome pickleball. All right, welcome back, guys. This has been a real treat. So first game was 12-10. We saw a pretty good comeback, and now we have some more pickleball. It's game 2. And a 1-0 start for Mr. Kevin Booth and Dane Gingrich. They're playing against Scott Crandall. Scott is wearing the light blue t-shirt, and Mir Chow just returned that serve. And that's Kevin Booth trying to block those balls. He's wearing a gray shirt, and his partner is Dane Gingrich, one of the most well-known senior pro players. He's wearing the bright red. This is for a bronze medal, guys, at the Takeya Showcase. So a lot on the line in this match. Zero, 1, 2. And a very rare missed third shot drop from Scott Crandall. So it's back to Dane Gingrich, 1-0-1. All right, so one thing I want to point out on that point, you know, it was a really flashy, great hands battle, but Kevin Booth kind of trended all the way back into the middle of the court. You know, he backed way away from the kitchen line. So sometimes you'll see players, in order to get more reaction time, they just back up at least a couple feet. So that ball was deflected by Kevin Booth. 2-0-2. He kind of reached for that dink and hit it a little bit too soft into the net. So maybe one step over to get that dink would have pushed it over, but to side out. Zero, 2, 2. And Scott's looking to speed up those balls at the no volley zone line. He feels pretty confident in his hands battles, so he's looking to be more aggressive at the moment. But they're down 3-0-1 currently. And a timeout, down 4-0. So we'll be back soon to see who's going to win this second game. Thanks for watching.
Pickleball Cocktail. Agora disponível no Brasil. Obrigada, iHerb.
Pickleball Cocktail ya está disponible aquí en México. Gracias a iHerb.
Le Pickleball Cocktail est maintenant disponible en France. Merci iHerb.
Pickleball Cocktail теперь можно пить в России. Спасибо, iHerb. Pickleball Cocktail. Teraz dostupný už je na Slovensku. Ďakujeme, iHerb.
Pickleball Cocktail, now available in over 150 countries. Thanks, iHerb.
All right, welcome back to the stream. We have the men's senior pro doubles bronze medal match. These two teams are playing for third place, a podium spot, and some prize money. One new thing that was kind of just released is the Duper rankings are starting to be tabulated and released to the public. So a lot of ranking points are also on the line. The PPA tournaments are going to start affecting your Duper rating. So if you haven't signed up for Duper, be sure to check it out as a new type of rating system to try and get a more accurate gauge of your skill level in pickleball. Duper is taking into account a lot of different factors to try and give you an accurate representation of where you stand on the court. So Scott Crandall and Mirchow were up 10-6 in the first game, and they ended up falling 12-10 in kind of a heartbreaking game one. And that's a nice little break from Scott. They really needed that one. So after they dropped that first game 12-10, it was pretty deflating, and I think that might have carried over just a little bit in the second game, and they're trailing 1-4-2. But momentum can change very, very quickly, so they just have to stay focused, keep battling, try and take this second game. I think the key will be just trying to get side outs, right? They want to just hold on defense, not worry about their serve as much, just try and stop the other team and try and turn the momentum back towards their side. Four, 1-2. That ball tipped the top of the net. It really threw Scott off. Sometimes you can get those even after the net deflection because it slows the ball down. And so you have a little bit more of time to adjust. But on that one, it really messed with Scott. He had no chance. So it's 5-1. That's a big, big point for Mirchow and Scott Crandall. It's 2-5. And just a brief ball on the court, so we'll resume play here in just a second. think he had the right ball to lob. He just hit it a little bit too long, but it really surprised Scott Crandall and Mirchow, and that lob worked earlier in the game. All right, so we have another timeout as the momentum may have shifted back to Scott and Mirchow, and we're going to take a hydration break. We'll be back in just a second.
Jardim. Jardim.
Simone Jardim.
Simone Jardim.
Simone Jardim. Esses gringos não sabem falar teu nome, não?
Ah, tu não tem noção das coisas que eu escuto. Jardim, Jardim.
Jardim. I knew I heard it. I got it. Simone Jardim. I don't know how she doesn't know how to say her name.
Hey, welcome back, guys, to the Takeya Showcase. You know, when we looked at this matchup, we knew we were in for a show, and it has lived up to the billing. We've got 4 awesome senior pro pickleball players here in the bronze medal match. It's 4-5, game 2. Dan Gingrich and Kevin Booth are up 1-0. And that's a shot that Dan Gingrich has hit a million times. He loves that little backhand flick. Just hit the top of the tape on that one. But it's definitely a shot that's right in his wheelhouse, kind of like his bread and butter shot. Six, 5-2. And that ball sailed long. It was probably the right shot. He just hit it a little bit too clean. It went long on him. Oh, Merch's hands are so good. Six, 6-2. And that ball sneaks past Scott. Scott ducked because he thought it was going to land either wide or long. And I think it just caught the white line. So now they have a 7-6 lead in this second game. It's been a close match pretty much the whole time. And Dane and Kevin are looking to close it out in 2 games, up 7-6. So both of these teams were defeated by teams that are in the gold medal match. So Dane Gingrich and Kevin Booth lost to Mills Miller and Jose DeRisi. They are on one side of the gold medal match. And then Scott Crandall and Mirchow were in the other semifinal, and they fell to Pao Thongvan and Dave Weinbach. That'll be the team that Mills Miller and Jose DeRisi play in the gold medal match. 7-7-1. And a favorable roll there for Mirchow. So a good side out as Scott and Mircha are looking to fight and get a third game in the bronze medal match here. It's a nice point and a good spot from Scott Crandall. He got a ball that he could kind of pick and choose where he wanted to go with it, and he chose to go down Dane Gingrich's line, and he placed it right where he wanted to, and Dane couldn't get it over the net. So it's 8-7. And Scott's anticipation for where those overheads are going to go is so good. I mean, those are very, very tricky shots to even get a paddle on, and he's blocking them back into the court of play. Didn't work that time, but Scott does such a good job of handling those overhead smashes. It's 8-7-2. Another good hands battle from these four players. That one went Dane Gingrich and Kevin Booth's way, so they got off a side out at 7-8-1. And that hurts 8-8-1. Scott was looking to put a lot of spin on that service return, but his forehand slice sailed out. So it's a free point for Dane and Kevin. And so we had a couple balls come onto the court, so just a brief delay before we resume at 8-8-1. Wow, Mircha is just hitting the ball as hard as he can right at Kevin Booth, and Kevin just no problem at all, blocking it right back at him. Really strong play from Kevin Booth. It's 9-8-1. 2 more points, and they have the bronze medal. That was a really good point, but Mirchow chose to kind of try and pop it over and hit the back line, and he just missed it, so it's going to be a match point. And just one more, and they have the bronze medal. Oh, the pressure's on, yeah, and it pop up there from Scott, and Kevin Booth puts it down on Mirchow's line. So congrats, Dane Gingrich and Kevin Booth, on your bronze medal at the Takeya Showcase. what a good match. 4 really good players. I'm sure they'll face each other once again, as both of these teams are typically at most of the PPA Tour events. All the best players are. And so the PPA Tour will be in Denver, Colorado next weekend. So be sure to tune in for all the live streaming coverage of the Rocky Mountain Championships. We have been really fortunate to bring you 2 different courts of live streaming coverage. There's a championship court also on our YouTube channel. And then we had court 2 to show you a little bit more pickleball. We had good matches all day long, and I really appreciate everybody tuning in to watch our streams. My name is Matt Mayfield, and it's been a real pleasure. We're just going to take a quick break. We might get some more matches later on, so stay tuned. And we'll keep updating you as the draw goes along with some more pickleball.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it. Haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Make me color, make me glow,
Tyson
make me
just
glow,
back
make me
at the
glow.
baseline.
Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those good
That's a great point by Tyson Gumpin.
I got that glow. I got that glow.
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
never thought I would fall in love with the sport again. I want to get better and find others who will help my game grow. I want to compete, but I don't know where I stand.
With Duper, I'm getting an accurate rating by entering matches before I ever register for a tournament.
I can easily find other players, play fun competitive matches, and instantly know where I stand. I'm on my way to confidently becoming the best I can be. Pickleball has taken me to new heights with recreation, community, and health. I want to make every match count.
All right, so it's been a phenomenal day of pickleball at the Takeya Showcase. For everybody that couldn't be here in Newport Beach, it's been a real pleasure bringing you live stream pickleball action. Hope you enjoyed all the high-level pickleball that's played at these PPA tournaments. Be sure to check out the upcoming schedule for tournaments that you can attend, and stay tuned to all of our social media channels, Facebook, Instagram. That way you can follow all the best players in the world that play on the PPA Tour. And if you can get a chance, sign up for an upcoming tournament. They're so much fun, and they're always at good venues and nice metro areas. So next weekend, they'll be at Denver, Colorado for the Rocky Mountain Championships. I know that they'll be streaming several courts there as well. So we do our best to bring you all the best matches. That way you guys can stay up to date on what's going on at these tournaments. And it's been a real pleasure. My name is Matt, and thanks for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow with a bunch more men's and women's pro pickleball. So it's one of the best days at the tournament. Gender pro doubles tomorrow. We'll be here all day long. So can't wait to have you guys back tomorrow. Thanks for tuning into our stream.